we'll see if we can get him in. So we'll start it, first of all, with the Pledge of Allegiance, if everyone could stand. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. Thank you all. And the next thing we're going to do is go ahead and have Secretary Choma do a roll call for the commission, please.
Thank you. Commissioner Anselmi Dalton.
Here.
Commissioner Craig.
Here.
Commissioner Glick.
Excused.
Commissioner Hosey.
Here.
Commissioner Cayley.
Here.
Commissioner Cott.
Here.
Commissioner Lawson.
He's working on it.
Commissioner Pence.
Here.
Commissioner Vori.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a full quorum.
Great, thank you. We do have a new commissioner, Ron Vore, and his wife Terry is in the back here. And because we do have a new commissioner and because the director has assured me that we can go through a lot of this long agenda fairly quickly, I think it's nice sometimes just to go around the room and have quick introductions. So that will include everyone, please. And we'll go ahead and start. I guess I'll start with the commission, then we'll go ahead to the staff, starting over there with you, Barry, and just kind of go around. If is that all right, Director? All right, thank you. Do you want to start, Mark?
Mark Cott, Region 4, live in Rock Springs.
Bob Choma, Water Division, Region 4.
Lee Craig, Commissioner, Division 3.
And I'm Lisa Anselmi Dalton. I'm the at-large commissioner, and I live in Rock Springs also.
Dennis Pence, Commissioner from Section 3.
Cayley, Commissioner.
Okay, we'll go ahead and start with Barry and then and Patrick, and we'll pick up Patrick on our tables and go around the room. All right, go ahead, Barry. He's in the back. I'm losing it today. Sorry, David. I don't know. I'm losing it. Everyone wants to be Barry. Basketball season's here. I get all fired up. I was thinking of you all night. Terry, you're in the back?
This is John. Can you hear me?
For the people online, go ahead, John, and introduce yourself, John, first, and we'll just a few other people online say hello.
Okay. You want me to say present?
Say present, John.
Okay. Present.
Thanks. Greg?
Yes, Greg Kerr, Director of the Office of Water Programs at the University of Wyoming.
I can't read what's through online. Todd's up at the top.
Commissioner, Division 2.
Is that it? I see a small one on the right without a picture. I'm not sure. Oh, okay, that's you. Okay, didn't know who it was. Sorry. All right, well, thanks for the introductions. And let's see, we'll go ahead then to the next one will be election of officers. So I guess we could start. Okay. Commissioner Pence.
Madam Chair, I'd like to nominate Commissioner Lee Craig for chairman.
We have a motion for Commissioner Lee Craig to be chairman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kaylee. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? No. Okay. Congrats.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right.
If you-
Okay. Good one.
should-
Okay. He said we should call for 3 nominations. Okay. So we could do that
3 times.
3 times. All right. So now if I can have another motion,
Madam Chairman, I'd like to make another motion.
Commissioner Cott.
I'd like to move that Bob Choma be the vice chair.
Okay. We have a motion for Commissioner Choma to be vice chair, and we can call for a second motion or okay, a second on that motion. But then are there any other motions? Are there any other motions for that?
Madam Chair, I move nomination cease and have a unanimous ballot for Bob Choma as chair.
Okay, we have a motion that we cease nominations and we have a unanimous ballot for Commissioner Choma.
Second.
Okay, and any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. Congratulations. Okay, we're looking for a third motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I nominate Commissioner Pence for secretary.
okay, we have a nomination for Commissioner Pence for secretary. Any second on that?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Choma. Any further nominations? Any further nominations for the third time?
Madam Chair, I move nomination cease and we have unanimous ballot for Commissioner Pence.
And do I have a second on that? Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Craig and second by Commissioner Kaylee that nomination cease, and we have a unanimous ballot for Commissioner Pence. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. Okay, congratulations, Commissioner Pence.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone for that, and thank you that also Commissioner Craig. We appreciate the help there, and we'll go on now to the approval of minutes from our December 18th, 2024 meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes? Commissioner Kaylee?
Yes, I move to approve the minutes for December 18th, 2024.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kaylee, a second by Commissioner Pence to approve the minutes from December 18th, 2024. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Okay, that motion is passed. Okay, Director, it's up to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will apologize in advance for my voice. I'm getting over a cold, so I'll do my best to speak into the microphone so you can hear me. Speaking of meeting minutes, so it's very important we all speak into our microphones because Katie has to keep meeting minutes and she goes back and reviews those. And when we don't get stuff on the recording, it makes it pretty tough on her. So she'll be out to get you. All right. And then just another quick thing, especially for our new commissioner, Bohr, we have a few pieces of paper in front of you. One is, of course, the agenda. We also have a notes page, which is more or less the agenda items and just allows you to take notes under a particular agenda item if you want to. We also have a summary sheet, should be an 11 by 17 piece of paper. We will get to that eventually, but that's going to cover our projects, planning studies, and construction projects that came out of the omnibus bill. So we'll kind of move through those fairly quickly and we'll refer to that summary sheet at that time. And then just your expense sheet from traveling down here, hotel stays, you've got that in front of you too to fill out before you head home. So with that, I would get started in on the legislative update. Legislature, as usual, is always very spirited and fun. This year was no different. Might mention when we had a lot of new faces in the legislature. I don't remember the exact numbers, but we decided we were going to do a water development program orientation. And so the day before the legislative session started, the legislators needed to be down in Cheyenne for some training. And we took advantage of that and put on a lunch for them. And we had almost 50 legislators come to that. So I thought that was pretty valuable, and I think they appreciated it. They had an opportunity to ask a lot of questions for us to provide answers to kind of educate folks on the program and the importance of it. So just want to make you aware we did that. And I think we'll probably, we had a conversation with the Select Water Committee last week when they reviewed and made recommendations on the very things that you're looking at today. We suggested, sometimes at our May meetings, we do orientations for new water development commissioners, and Ron would be more than welcome to come down and do that. But since we have so many new faces on our Select Water Committee, we offered that to them this year as well. So if they get the budget for it, they most likely will come and sit into that orientation maybe instead of the commission this year. So just a heads up on that. Okay, so in regards to the session itself, our omnibus water bill planning had no changes. So it was all the studies, the UW Water Research Program that we originally had in it when we sent it to them, or when the Select Water Committee put it into the legislature. So no changes on that. The construction bill, just as a reminder, not all the commissioners were at the December Select Water Committee meeting, so it was the day after the commission meeting in December. And at that meeting, the Select Water Committee basically put an additional $60 million from the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account, LSRA, as we often refer to it, for the Project LaPrelle Dam rehabilitation. Associated with that was the Alkali Creek Reservoir. And if you recall, the original $59 million appropriation for Alkali Creek set to revert in July of 2025. And at that December Select Water Committee meeting, they wanted to revert 50 of that 59 million to account 3 and then transfer that money to account 2 for LaPrelle, because LaPrelle was the issue right in front of us. They thought they could come back in later once Alkali Creek had easements in place and kind of refurbished the appropriation at that time. So it was a dollar for dollar reduction of the LSRA money. So in effect, there was $50 million from Alkali Creek that was reverted back through account 2 to LaPrelle, and then $10 million from LSRA. And then also another Select Water Committee action at that December meeting was $20 million from LSRA to the Goshen Irrigation District Tunnels Project. So I just wanted to remind you of that, because there was a lot of discussion associated with LaPrelle specifically that kind of affected those decisions that were made by Select Water at the December meeting. So a lot of stuff happened on the construction bill, House Bill 117. So I'm really just going to focus in on where we landed instead of taking you on the back and forth windy road that it went down. So where we ended up on Alkali Creek, having just had the conversation about that, is basically LaPrelle is now funded. That $60 million is specifically from LSRA, and Alkali Creek, the appropriation of $59 million stayed in place. So Alkali Creek was untouched. And if you recall, I believe it was also at the December Select Water Committee meeting, not positive about that, but there was a 1-year time extension on the Alkali Creek reversion that went back and forth from 4 years, and eventually it made its way back to 1 year again. So the extension remained at 1 year on that $59 million. So that's one thing. Cloud seeding, when we were in the House side, and that's where the construction bill started. It's a House bill. Cloud seeding was completely stripped out, both our aerial cloud seeding program and our ground-based cloud seeding program. When it went back over to the Senate side, the Senate eventually put back the ground-based cloud seeding program. So that's the one in the Wind River, Sierra Madres, that affects the Colorado River. And with the caveat of there's no appropriation for that. It's up to the office to go get funds from other entities to fund that program. If you recall, in previous years, it's been 63% funded by other entities and 37% funded by the state of Wyoming. There was a lot of discussion about potential environmental impacts, about are we getting the bang for the buck on an increased water and stream flow with the funds that the state is putting into it. And that was a compromise that the Senate landed on, that then the House ended up accepting that change in the construction bill from no program at all to the cloud seeding in the Wind Rivers ground-based. But our office is going to have to go out, work with previous funding sponsors of that, and see if we can get some additional funds to fund that 100% without state of Wyoming funds. So we will be working on that to see if we have a program next year in the Colorado River. But no aerial cloud seeding will take place next year. And the aerial is in the Sierra Madre Medbo range, if you recall, which affects Laramie River, North Platte Basin. Okay.
So Director, I mean, I think it's unfortunate, but that's the way, we kind of knew that they were not happy about it. Do you think you'll be able to find some alternative funding? How's it looking?
Madam Chair, I think we're having conversations or started the conversations. This has happened very similarly nationwide, kind of a push and a concern about geoengineering, which gets outside of just cloud seeding. It's more of affecting, basically it's intentionally injecting, releasing, or dispersing chemicals to change temperature, weather, or the intensity of sunlight. And that's been a discussion nationwide that cloud seeding has gotten lumped into. So again, we've had conversations with our funding partners because of the conversation during the session. There was a geoengineering bill that we testified at the Minerals Committee. And that got set on the sideline for now because I didn't think it was kind of game time ready. That same committee has suggested that be an interim topic. The Agricultural Committee has suggested cloud seeding to be an interim topic. Management Council meets on April 8th, I believe, to determine what interim topics for different committees are going to be. So we'll know better then if that's going to be something that we'll be asked to talk about either at select water meetings or needing to go to the Minerals Committee or what have you. So I can't say that we're confident we're going to get the funding yet, but the conversations have started and there'll be more conversations with our funding partners moving forward.
Thank you, Director. And okay, welcome also to Commissioner Glick. Hello.
All right.
No, the roads are bad. Thanks for making it in.
So continuing on with the construction bill, another thing that happened was that there was a supplemental budget bill in both the House and the Senate. The Senate decided not to pass a supplemental budget bill this year. So within that bill, there was a request from the state engineer's office to what started out as 3 positions in the Board of Control, which then got amended, I believe, at some point during the session in the supplemental bill to 1 position. And since that supplemental budget bill on the Senate side went away, what happened was there were quite a few projects, I would say, or items that came out of the supplemental budget bill that then legislators started putting in other bills to get them done. And one of those was this 1 position for the State Engineer's Office Board of Control. And that was put into the construction bill. And it's for 1 year out of general fund, but with the intent for the next biennium to go into their budget. And as you know, the Board of Control's budget comes out of account 1. So that is to the tune of $156,320 per year for that particular position, and that was approved. And then something very similar was that the state engineer's office through the supplemental budget bill was also asking for $148,000 from the general fund to basically update technology or their accounting system on how they calculate natural flows in a North Platte River. And that was approved, but again, that's from general fund, and I anticipate that being a one-time expense. So I wouldn't anticipate that being in their next biennium's budget, the state engineer's office or the Board of Control. And then last thing that ended up in our construction bill was again associated with Laprelle Dam. There was a lot of discussion back and forth on Laprelle Dam. The thing that ended up sticking was that they wanted us to look at, or I should say state lands, to look at a potential land exchange, because if you recall, Laprelle Dam is pretty much surrounded by private property. The district owns the dam itself and a property right around the dam, but there's no public access to the reservoir. So they thought with all this additional public funding, there should be public access or an opportunity for recreation there. And so what ended up in the bill is for state lands to look into the exchange of public lands potential to increase that public access and recreation opportunity at Laprelle Dam once the new dam gets reconstructed. That was line item vetoed by the governor because he said state lands already has that authority to do land exchanges, and that him being the chairman of the Board of Land Commissioners, he would make sure that that Office of State Lands looks into that opportunity for Laprelle and that area. So, and with that, I believe that's pretty much all the changes to the construction bill during the session. And I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's a good summary. Any questions? Commissioner Craig?
So Director, what's the financial impact on account one with the position that you discussed with the engineer's office?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Craig, if we looked at it on a biennium basis, so next year is a budget session, it would be roughly $315,000 of additional funding. And right now we're at about 18 to 19 million, closer to 19, 18.8, I think was the last biennium budget for the Board of Control out of account one. So that's going to go up by roughly $315,000. And then of course, one of the issues is that Board of Control budget, as well as our budget, as the state employees get raises, then that continues to go up over the years, which just further eats away at our ability to get projects done. Yeah.
Thank you. Any further questions? Katie, you're watching online for me, right? If they. Oh, I just meant like in case Commissioner Hosey has questions, or I won't probably notice it and see it. Okay, thanks. Okay, nothing further. All right, we'll continue on in the agenda. And
So Madam Chair, we're going to have Barry go over our new planning study applications. And just as maybe a refresher for everybody, but for our new Commissioner Vore. So the projects here eventually in our agenda for planning that came out of the planning bill, the omnibus bill, we're going to be approving those. So they were from March of 2024. Now we're doing March of 2025. So these in May, we'll actually look at, are we going to approve and recommend these projects or not? And if we do, and it makes it through the November meeting, then eventually they'll come out the backside a year from now in March after they go through the 2026 legislative session. So these are just the applications we received as of March 1st.
great. Okay, welcome, Barry. But first, Barry, we have a question. Who are you picking to be the winner of the March Madness? Who's
I'd like to know that too.
Are you going to divulge or no? No? Okay, all right. Go ahead, Barry.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Barry Lawrence, Deputy Director for Planning. I have the privilege of talking to you about the new applications that we got this year. I'll be referring to tab B in your e-notebook and also the handout that you should have received that lists all the projects, and we'll talk about those. And then Commissioners Hosey and Lawson, you should have had that email to you yesterday. Katie should have sent that to you, so you should have the list that we're going to be talking about. So we received 17 applications, and I'd like to remind everybody of the process and the schedule for going forward. It's just, it's about a 13-month process, and it's just long enough you forget what you did last year at this time and so forth. So we'll walk you through it. And then, of course, for Commissioner Vore, it's all new. So The timeline, as I mentioned, 17 applications came in. Our deadline was March 1st, as always. And of the 17, and how that compares to previous years, you might be asking. Last year, we received 9 applications. So it's about up 80-some%. But the year before that, it was 22. Before that, it was 17 and 7. So if you look at the last 5 years, we're averaging about 14 planning applications per year. So this is a pretty normal year, a little bit higher. Since those applications came in the door, project managers have been assigned to each of the projects, and they're all very busy setting up site visits and so forth. Per our criteria, operating criteria, we are to go out and visit those sites. Obviously, what has been submitted to us are resolutions and applications and all, and you'll be getting packets of that information in April. So we have a lot of materials that were submitted to us, but per our criteria, we are to go out and visit the sites and investigate, the project and the need for the project, so forth, the needs versus the wants and the whole bit. So as part of that, we do have commissioners involved in the process. I think we assign, and I've done this, Jason and I have done this, we preliminarily assigned commissioners to each of the projects. We asked that those 2 commissioners that were assigned, and we can talk about conflicts of interest and so forth, but we asked that those 2 commissioners that were assigned shadow the project from cradle to grave. So when I say shadow it, that would be site visits. You'll be invited to those site visits, obviously. It's totally optional whether you have the time and are available to go attend to those, but if you want to learn about those projects, you can certainly do that. So site visits, it would be involved, I know a lot of you enjoy reading and reviewing proposals from consultants and so forth. So it could be a lot of proposals. Interviews, of course, in September, and then, of course, the kickoff meeting when the project actually gets going about a year from now, if it goes forward. And then at the back end, when the project's complete, we do report presentations and so forth for the community or the town or whatever the sponsor, and you'd be invited to those as well. Obviously, this is all optional as time allows. So we've made preliminary assignments, and that's on the list there. We tried, if there's situation, we have some projects that are advancing from level 1 to level 2. So if you were plugged into the level 1 and it's advancing to level 2, we try to keep the same commissioners on those because you have the history and the institutional memory. And we also, where possible, try to keep you in your own water division. But let me tell you, because of the number of applications we received and where they came from, every year is different. And I might mention you in your tab in the e-notebook, you have a nice little map. I want to thank Lonnie Olson in our office for doing that. It's for sure we've done that. Kind of give you a spread. You can kind of see where all those applications came from across the state. And you'll see right away that, good example, Water Division 2 only received 1 application. And so Division 1 received 6 applications, Division 3 received 5 applications, and Division 4 received 6. So as I said, it wasn't possible for everybody to stay within their own divisions. We're going to have to spread out and cover all these different projects. I should also mention of the 17 project, there's also one that's not on your map, but one that came in, and this is a different path. It's our in-stream flow studies. From time to time. Yes.
Map's on page 15.
Oh, map is on page 15. Right. In-stream flow studies, this is when there are reaches or segments proposed by the Game and Fish for in-stream flow permits and so forth. Those come into our office, and per statute, those studies are paid for by the Wyoming Game and Fish, but our office runs the hydrologic analysis, oversees that. So whereas the Game and Fish is involved with the biological opinion, we are involved with the hydrologic analysis. So it's kind of a 3-legged stool with us, the Game and Fish, and the state engineer's office, who's the ultimate arbiter on this type of thing. So we know that there will be several segments coming in for in-stream flow studies this year. And so we need to be primed and ready to handle that in our normal process, to do interviews and so forth with consultants, because we will be managing that study. So that's why we have 18 projects. As I mentioned, 17 plus the 1, 18 projects, and given that we put 2 commissioners on each one, that's 36 commissioner slots. So if you do the math, given 10 commissioners, obviously 6 of you will have 4 projects that you'll be shadowing, and 3 of you will have, and 4 of you will have 3 projects you'll be shadowing. And those folks with only 3, the winners or the losers, depending on how you see it, would be Commissioners Glick, Lawson, Hosey, and Pence only have the 3 projects. The rest of you have 4 projects, okay? So if we look at the list itself, the handout that I provided to you, the 18 projects, 9 of them, you'll see it's real heavy on the municipal master plans. And this is just a first high-level cut. Obviously, we're going to hear way more about these projects. We'll go into depth in May, but this is just to give you an idea of what came in the door. 9 level 1 projects, municipal water master plans for the most part. We also have 5 level 2 new development projects. That involves exploratory well drilling, groundwater studies, assessment of wells and pump tests and so forth in springs. We also have one project, level 1 rehab, count 2, and that I should mention, it's in yellow on the sheet. You'll see there it came in late, and we need to decide how you want to handle that. We do have a deadline of March 1st. We even allow postmark on March 1st, but this is a situation where the sponsor FedExed it to us, overnighted it to us on the 3rd. We got it on the 4th. So it was truly late, and so we'll have to decide how you want to handle that, whether you want to continue on with that one or not. And that's been historically what we've done when we've gotten a late application from a sponsor. It's up to the commission to decide whether they want to take that on or not. So we'll need to talk about that. We also have 2 level 2 rehab studies, feasibility studies dealing with laterals and so forth. And then, as I mentioned, the in-stream flow study. So please know the list is very preliminary. Titles of projects, descriptions of projects, project levels may change, and all based on when the project managers get out there and do those site visits and learn more about the project. Just because somebody asked for a level 2, maybe level 2 is not appropriate, and that type of thing. So, there could be a little bit of changing of, as I said, the titles, the descriptions, the project levels may change. And then the project managers will invite you to the site visits if they're not already held. The reason I say that, I think 1 or 2 have been held, but for the most part, all these have not been held. That's something that we're going to do. Project managers have till about middle of April to get out there, do those site visits, and write up recommendations, which we'll be talking about next steps. One of the things I will need today before you leave, I need to know if there's any conflicts of interest. Please look at the list, let me know if there's any conflicts of interest, and we can make adjustments if we need to. And that way, hopefully the list will be final by the end of the day, and we can let the project managers know, and then that way they'll start inviting you to these site visits as they set them up. But here again, this is totally optional. If you can make it, great, if you want to learn more about the project. So next steps moving forward, on May 8th then is our joint commission select water meeting, where we'll walk through, as I mentioned, each of these projects in detail, and we'll have preliminary recommendations, director's recommendations on all these projects, the 18 of them. And we will talk about each one, and we'll also hear from the project sponsors. They'll be here in front of us to talk to you about their projects and so forth, what the need for the project is. And at that time, we will be seeking commission approval, preliminary approval to begin consultant selection. Because once we get that preliminary approval, we start immediately the next week, starting the consultant selection process, which would be mid-May then. We solicit interest in projects through statements of interest, statements of qualification, and then we do that for several weeks into mid-June, then there's the project manager shortlist those firms. We're trying to get 5 firms on each project. That obviously doesn't always happen. Sometimes we have significantly less. If possible, we try to get the 5. And we're looking at qualifications and residency and so forth at that time. And that's done at the end of June. And then July 1st, RFPs go out to all the shortlisted firms. And the firms have about 1 month to put together their proposals till July 31st this year. And those proposals are due in our office, and we're very strict on that deadline. 1 o'clock on the 31st, those will have to be in our office. And then we bundle them up and send them out to the selection teams. Now, for the commissioners, obviously, we take them to the August meeting. You should be used to now getting your bundle of proposals at the August meeting, so it makes it really, really convenient. The selection teams themselves consist, as I mentioned, the 2 commissioners that have been assigned, also the project manager on the project, a sponsor rep. Typically, the sponsor will have a representative on the project. They're involved throughout the process, and then an advisor. And most typically, those advisors are somebody from our construction division, or it could be another agency as applicable. But for the most part, it's construction folks. And then, as members of those selection teams, you're given a month to review your proposals and turn in your rankings to Katie. And if Katie didn't have them on that date, she will come find you. Isn't that right, Katie? So interviews are then slated. We're totaled up all those rankings and so forth. Top 3 firms get the interviews for those projects, and we have interviews slated for Tuesday, September 23rd, and Wednesday, September 24th. They'll be downtown in the Capitol Extension with the hearing rooms, which works really well for all those interviews. And that's prior to the September 25th meeting, where we're actually going to ratify the selections that were made and so forth. So out of that whole process, we now come up with a selected consultant and a budget for those projects. And then that ultimately will go into updated recommendations for our joint commission meeting in November. And then obviously, if approved, would be hardwired into the Almost Water Planning Bill. And that would be taken up at our January 2026 meeting. And just so you know, this next session is a budget session. The 2026 legislature is a budget session, so it's a short session. So it's basically month of February for the most part. So there will be a January commission commission and a select water meeting in January where those omnibus water bills will be approved for going into the legislature. Into the legislature, obviously go through the process, and hopefully the planning bill goes as smoothly next year as it did this year, and then ultimately signed by the governor. And so we'd be looking at approving contracts for these 17, 18 projects that you see here, or we'd be looking at approving contracts for these a year from now. Much like we're doing today, the 5 that we're going to be approving planning came a year ago, and that went through the whole process that you were involved with. And so that's the culmination today for those 5 projects. But starting now, we're looking at 17 new projects. So it's a 13-month process. You get a 1-month overlap. Okay, hopefully that explains the situation. And for that, I think that's it. I'll stand for questions, but we do need to decide what the commission would like to do relative to the one application that came in late. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Director? Okay, and I know, Christine, you're here is on this agenda item or no?
No.
Okay, small water. Okay. So the first thing we'll have to decide, I guess, is what our action is to be. And I guess, Director, what have we usually done in the past when we've had one that's come in later? Maybe that's a question for Barry.
If you want, go ahead.
Madam Chair, historically, unless there's extenuating circumstances or something, and we're talking a day or two with mail and one thing or another, that we've always allowed it. This one is actually postmarked on the 3rd, so it did actually come in late. But we've usually erred. I mean, we're here to help folks with their water supply issues, and so we're here to do that, which is much different than we do with consultants and proposals. That is hard, fast. We don't slide at all there, if it's a deadline at 1 o'clock that day. But historically, with sponsors and so forth, trying to help folks with their water supply issues, we've accepted these such applications that are a day or two late. But it's ultimately commission's decision.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Cott.
I'd like to move that we accept this application. It's just shy of being on time, and I think a little flexibility. We're trying to help people. So with that in mind, I move that we accept this application.
Thank you, Commissioner Cott.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
is
Mr. Kelly?
Barry, is there somebody here from Shoshone or online?
No. Madam Chair, no, they are not.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? First of all, we have a motion by Commissioner Cott. Second by Commissioner Glick. Any discussion?
I would just, Madam Chair,
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Hosey.
I would just point out that first and second did fall on a weekend, so they did get it in the first business day of the month.
Thank you. It's a good point. And Shoshone is a small town, so.
It's a different day.
Oh, it's not Shoshone. Who is it?
It's the irrigation district.
Oh, is it Powell? Oh. Okay, so Powell. Commissioner Kelly?
Yeah, Barry, another question, just to follow up on that. If anybody came down, were they invited to come down today? And
No, Madam Chair, Commissioner Kaylee, we just discussed that, and I don't think they were reached out to formally on this.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, we have a motion to approve it. Do we have any further discussion for or against? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of approving the slight time extension, say aye.
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 All opposed?
Aye.
So is Commissioner Prince's no and Commissioner, who else?
Madam Chair,
Sorry.
I-
Go ahead.
probably should recuse myself from this. I am a water user of Shoshone Irrigation District.
Okay, so we have one recusal and we have a no vote by Commissioner Prince and Commissioner Kaylee. Okay, and the rest were Commissioner Hosey, I think it was an aye, so that motion is passed. Okay, we'll go on to that's it for that, right? Thank you, Barry. We appreciate it.
Just a second.
Oh, go ahead.
Madam Chair. Barry, I go down this list and there's a Hot Springs County test well. That is in Commissioner Craig's and my zone, and I've been working with the hot springs people on their water system, already on something different. And I was wondering if that could be changed around where I could get on that one.
Madam Chair, and I will mention to you, the only reason we have the two commissioners on there is because this is a continuation and they were involved in the first study. And that's the only reason why those commissioners were put on this study. But if there's something needs to be changed, we certainly can do that. We'll have to look at it. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the one with Commissioner Glick and Kaylee, is that correct? Okay, maybe they can see if they can negotiate a swap if it doesn't disturb you too much, Barry.
We'll see what we can do.
Okay, appreciate that. And I'd also just like to thank Lonnie for the map. I think it really is nice to see where things are. It's really well done. So appreciate it. You said it was Lonnie that did the map.
Yes, that is correct.
Great, thanks a lot for that. Okay, we'll move on to, with no further discussion, we'll move on to the item 8, the planning project closeout memos. That's on page 17 of your e-notebook.
Madam Chair, speaking of Lonnie, this is Lonnie Olson.
Lonnie, welcome. So you're new? Welcome, Lonnie. You're new?
Yep. Or Chair, through you to the commission. I've been here for about a year.
Great. Well, great job on the map. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. Chair, through you to the commission. My name is Lonnie Olson. I'm a project manager here in the planning division of the Water Development Office. And before you, I have the Cody Canal Rehabilitation Level 2 project. This is in tab C of the e-notebook, and it starts on page 18 of the PDF. Just a brief background on Cody Canal. It was formed in 1911. It serves nearly 11,400 acres. And it diverts flow off the South Fork of the Shoshone River above Buffalo Bill Reservoir and irrigates in and around Cody, Wyoming. The appropriation for the study was $257,000, and the consultant selected was Sage Civil Engineering. The contract for this was $256,400, and the savings on this project was $18,085.23. And the study had a few main things that it looked at. It was looking at ways to eliminate sediment from entering the canal and thus going down the river, system operations and automation to help reduce or eliminate spills, evaluated major funding sources, and through that, 6 major phases of work were found. And starting off with the first phase, that's the rehabilitation of 4 major structures in the automation plan. And this is all structures that discharge before Buffalo Bill Reservoir. And so the main thing with this, or the structures that are there, are the lead diversion, the Bureau check and spill, Diamond Creek check and spill, Town Lateral check and spill. And what the main thing with these is that they are looking at reversing the current design where the top of the water column would then be sent down to the canal and the bottom part that has more sediment would be returned to the Shoshone and Buffalo Bill, thus reducing sediment loads down the stream. And the final phases are looking at conversions of laterals from open ditch to pipe. And those would also help with reducing spills down to Sage Creek and other drainages, and that thus flow into Shoshone, or the Shoshone River. Phase 1's totals about $6.8 million, and some of them are a bit pricey. So the district is looking at other funding sources. I know that currently they're looking at a PL 566 for the first phase, and they're trying to get that sorted out before coming to the commission. And the total project cost out of this was about $74 million, just under that. And this would pretty much have all their laterals converted from open ditch to pipe at the end of it. And then another part of the study looked at re-reg reservoirs, and that was deemed something that could be looked at in the future, but it was but the sediment control is something that needed to happen before then. Otherwise, it would cost more and be more of a maintenance issue for the irrigation district. There was a public hearing on this presentation August 12th at the Park County Complex. And the office recommends acceptance of the final report submittals and closing the consultant services contract. Staff has provided a proposed motion for the commission that can be found on page 3 of the closeout memo and stands for questions.
Thank you, Lonnie. Any questions? Okay, seeing no questions. We do, as Lonnie had indicated on page 20 of our e-notebook, have a fairly long proposed motion for this one. So I would just look for a motion to approve, if so desired.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Craig,
I move acceptance of the Cody Canal Rehabilitation Level 2 Study Project Report as being complete, and further, the commission makes the following findings relative to this project. That the commission recommend proceeding to level 3 of project development upon the submittal of an appropriate funding application by the sponsor. Based on the findings in the final report, the project is determined to be in the public interest. The project functions and services cannot realistically be provided by any person, association, or corporation engaged in private enterprise.
thank you. Commissioner Craig, do I have a second? Second from Commissioner Glick. Okay, any discussion? Okay, seeing none. Oh, wait, Commissioner Kopp?
No, I was just ready to vote yes.
Okay. All right, seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign? Okay, that motion is carried. Thank you, Lonnie. Okay, is it George coming up for this next one? Lindo? Okay, welcome, George.
Madam Chair, thank you. George Mosier with the Water Development Office. I'm here today to present to you the Glendo Water Master Plan Level 1 Study Project Closeout Memo, which you'll find all these project closeout memos in tab C. This is page 21 for those following along. This particular project is a water master plan for the town of Glendo. The consultant that was selected to do the work was AVI. The original contract amount was for $179,380. Final contract amount was just a little bit over $137,000 for a contract savings of roughly $42,000. Glendo, as probably many of you know, is located near the Glendo State Park in Platte County. The system serves a little over 200 people, and they have experienced a little bit of growth in the past 10 years. So it was good to kind of project some of that demand out into the future as components of this study. Glendo receives water from two separate groundwater wells, one that's located about 2 miles south of town, the other that's located 3/4 of a mile north of town at the airport. During the course of this study, we, in fact, did a little bit of performance testing on both of those wells. One of the really unique components that we were able to do with this study is recognize that their older well, the well south of town, was experiencing some performance problems. They were producing roughly half the water that should have been produced from that well if we looked at the pump curve for it. So we used a little bit of discretionary task dollars for this project to pull that pump, the pump column, and run a video camera down the well. The video results indicated that this well was generally in the same condition that it was when it was probably originally constructed. It's a fairly old well, open hole. But what we did find pretty easily is that the pump column had about 1.5 inch hole in the side of it, right above the pump. So Glendo used some of their town emergency funding to replace the pump and pump column and some of the above ground piping as well. That we kind of gave them a preliminary recommendation to do. So it was a good opportunity to combine a little bit of discretionary task dollars from the commission to pull that and run a video camera, and then Glendo was able to capitalize on that and improve their system. Another component of this that we discovered was that when we were doing the performance testing on the wells, we were able to calibrate that with filling of the tanks for Glendo's storage system. And then also compare that with what they're selling for water sales. And through the course of that, we identified that Probably they are only charging their end customers for about half of the water they produce. Ultimately, what we were able to tie that to was that the meters in town are pretty aged and old. They are currently on a project where they're replacing all of those meters in town. And ultimately, I think what we're going to see is that they are able to rectify a lot of that water sales. When we looked at, for instance, tank level changes through the course of the night in the wintertime, we didn't see that there were drastic changes in the tank level, so we don't think that there is some sort of big leak in town. We really do think that it's due to old meters or incorrect water meter readings. We did do a little bit of investigative work for kind of broadly two components. We did some non-intrusive air knife excavation, mostly to try to find some of their locations for pipes that were maybe not well understood. We were able to have some success on that and hopefully identify those locations. In a couple of cases, it was on the other side of the street than some of their system drawings indicated. Kind of dovetailing on this non-revenue water that they had a problem with, we did an acoustic leak detection survey. So went around, kind of listened at hydrants, tried to do that during a time when residents were not using water. For the most part, we didn't really find any leaks. We did identify a couple of stuck flapper valves and maybe a couple of dripping faucets, but not really particularly significant. The evaluation and the water master plan ultimately arrived at 6 general improvements for Glendo. Obviously, their water service meter replacement is a big component. That's also going to hopefully make them a little bit of additional revenue for their system. We did identify a water age issue associated with one of their storage tanks and recommended installing a mixer in that. The water distribution system in town is pretty old. It's aging and there is some concerns about the long-term suitability for that. They've already started part of a main replacement project, and one of the recommendations is to continue that in a series of 3 phases. The older well that's south of town is in really good shape, but the well house itself needs some upgrades, enhancements, repairs. It's pretty old, and so the structure itself probably needs replacement. In addition, many of the fire hydrants around town are going to require replacement. And there are 2 old wells that are no longer part of the Glendo water supply system that remain in place. The wells themselves still exist in the ground, and the well houses that are there also exist. So we recommended that those be properly plugged and abandoned and the sites be decommissioned. In total, those projects will require about $5 million to perform, and the 3 high priority projects total about $3.2 million. Their current base rate is just above $30 per month, and the master plan projected that if they got some favorable financing for some of those high priority projects, their rates would need to increase about 70% to fund those things. That 70%, though, compares very favorably to if they get 100% increase by actually getting revenue associated with the water that's being delivered to customers. They should come out in about the same neighborhood. The public report there was a public report presentation at the town hall in October of last year, and the office recommends acceptance of the final report submittals and closing the consultant services contract. The PDF, page 23, contains an office proposed motion for the commission's consideration. If you have any questions, I can try to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Any questions, comments? Commissioner Choma?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I move acceptance of the Glendo Water Master Plan Level 1 Study Project Report as being complete, and further, the WWDC makes the following findings relative to this project. That the Commission recommend proceeding to the next level of project development upon the submittal of an appropriate funding application by the sponsor.
Thank you to Commissioner Choma. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Kaylee. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, that motion is passed. Thank you, George.
You're welcome, Madam Chair.
Next item on agenda is the Green River Rock Springs Sweetwater County Joint Powers Water Board East Side Zone Level 2 studies.
We're on page 26 for this one.
Okay, 26 of the E notebook.
I'm Keith Clary, the project manager for these projects.
Welcome, Keith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This level 2 study for the Green River Rock Springs Sweetwater County Joint Powers Water Board East Side Zone commenced in 2023. Appropriation was $228,000. I'd like to correct that the final amount on this is needs to be corrected and updated. We had an invoice that came in last minute yesterday for $343. So the amount of the final contract was $149,852. The contract savings was $78,112. So those are the correct numbers. This study was requested by the Joint Powers Water Board for the city of Rock Springs to look at future needs and extend water service to the east and south of Rock Springs as the community grows. So based on the study, what we have is approximately 5,000 GPM flow rate that's needed in that area projected to the future. And there's 5 phases of the recommendations. Phase 1 is a pipeline, and phase 2 is a pump and a backup generator for the east side pump station. And phase 3 is to construct a new pump station. And then phase 4 is to also construct another pipeline segment to increase the size so that the water can flow from the water treatment plant in Green River through to Rock Springs and through this part of the southeast side of the city. And the 5th phase is going to build 2 1.5 million gallon storage tanks near the Blairtown tanks, but they don't currently have it within their boundary. So the total cost for all these phases, 1 through 4, the 5th one's not included because it still has to be acquired into the system, is $17,878,000. And a public hearing was held in Rock Springs. And the WWDO has received the final reports and deliverables and recommends acceptance of the report to close out the contract for this study. And the Joint Powers Water Board and the City of Rock Springs intend to apply for a level 3 future funding, and when that time comes for different parts of this. And so we recommend proceeding to the next level of the project development.
Thank you, Mr. Clary. Any questions? Commissioner Cott,
I'd like to make a motion.
go ahead.
I move to accept the Green River Rock Springs Sweetwater County Joint Powers Water Board East Side Zone Level 2 Study Project Report as being complete, and further, the WWDC makes the following findings relative to this project: that the commission recommend proceeding to a level 3 of the project development upon submittal of an appropriate funding application by the sponsor. Number 2, based on the findings in the final report, the project is determined to be in the public interest. 3, the project functions and services cannot be realistically provided by any person, association, or corporation engaged in a private enterprise.
Thank you for the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, motion made by Commissioner Cott, second by Commissioner Glick. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Clary. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Okay, that motion is carried. Thank you.
You're, thank you.
This one's on page 24.
Okay, the next is the LaGrange Groundwater Supply and Improvement
Yeah.
Level 2 Study. Is that you also?
Yes.
Great.
This is on page 24 if you're following along. This is the LaGrange Groundwater Supply and Improvements. It was a level 2 study that was started back in 2022. A lot of these well construction projects take an extra year, and so a level 2 with a well usually will take an extra year, 2 years. So the appropriation was $725,000. The final contract amount was $461,933.13. The contract savings was $262,466.87. The town requested a well and looking at possibly a tank location and transmission line improvements and stuff to improve the water system within the town of LaGrange. And as part of this study, a test boring was drilled in September of 2022. And it was to 600 feet deep to look at a stratigraphic test to look for the Fox Hill sandstone, because the upper 2 wells are in the LaGrange aquifer and they're less than 100 feet deep, and they have some influence with stuff that is coming in with nitrates and other things and constituents. So the boring was down and it was successful, and it was just a test boring. We were going to plug and abandon it, but the town of LaGrange wanted to keep that and convert it to a well, so they appropriated their own town funds to go ahead and convert that test boring to a small diameter water supply well, not for potable use and not connected to their system. From that, the test well was then, the design was finalized and it was put out for bid, and it was drilled the following year in August, September of 2023, and it penetrated the Fox Hill sandstone, and apparently it is a good quality well, acceptable for water quality, but it's a little high in TDS and the sodium, which then brings the sodium absorption ratio up to 35. And that means it's a little bit hard on your lawn and your irrigation from that. And possibly what we're looking at is blending the water with the upper water from the 2 other wells, the upper aquifer, so that we can reduce the sodium, and it can also reduce some of the other constituents as well as the nitrates in the water that's shallower. This well will put out about 200 gallons a minute or plus, so it looks like an acceptable well for the community. The water system improvements that were looked at were various ways of looking at transmission lines and throughout the community, and then also putting in a second water tank. The initial thought was to put in an elevated tank, but other options were looked at, and also looking at the crossings and the desire of the town for its operation and maintenance of the new tank and the system. And looking at all those components, the final recommendations were alternative 2, which was a new 8-inch main along Grandstaff Lane and a second railroad crossing south of Highway 51. That was the preferred alternative for $1,855,000. And then also for the storage tank, the ground a ground storage tank at the existing tank is the preferred alternative for a total of $3,345,000. These are the two cost estimates, conceptual designs that seem to be preferred and were recommended to the town. And a public hearing was held, and the Water Development Office has received the final report and deliverables recommending acceptance of this report and closing out the contract for this study. The town will apply for funding in the future. And we recommend that the next level of project development upon submittal of an appropriate application by the sponsor, probably this fall.
Thank you, Keith. I appreciate that. Any questions from the commission? I just was curious. I know that you recommended the railroad crossing, but I know sometimes these easements seem difficult to get. Is this going to be not difficult?
When, Madam Chair, whenever we're crossing the railroad, it's always difficult to get the permitting and the timing and everything to work. Right now, they're dependent on a single transmission line and a single crossing, and if something happens underneath that crossing, that would be pretty disastrous for the town if it was completely out of water, because their only storage tank is on the other side of the railroad line there. So there will be some difficulties with that, but there's some improvement in that we could loop the system.
Thanks. Any further questions? Okay, commissioners? I would then look for a motion. They do have a motion, a proposed motion on page 25 of the e-notebook.
I'll make that motion, or
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Kopp.
I move, and we're talking Newcastle here, right? Is that LaGrange?
On page 25 of the e-notebook.
I got it.
It went out of order, sorry, because
I got out of order.
it's because our schedule was just slightly off, so I apologize about that, Commissioner Cott.
Okay.
But on page 25 for the LaGrange.
If somebody else wants to zip to that motion, go ahead.
Commissioner Kaylee,
Yeah, I'll take it.
go ahead.
I recommend that the WWDO has received the final payment and deliverables and recommends acceptance of the report and closing out the contract. So therefore, the proposed motion, I move acceptance of the LaGrange groundwater supply and improvement level 2 study project report is being complete, and further that the WWDC makes the following findings relative to this project. That the commission recommend proceeding to the level 3 project development upon submittal of an appropriate funding application by the sponsor. Based on the findings of the final report, the project is determined to be in public interest. The project functions, services cannot realistically be provided by any person, association, or corporation engaged in private enterprise.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Kaylee, for that on the LaGrange. And second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Pence. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign? Okay, that motion is passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you're on the next one too, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm on the next one
Chris
too.
Beaver.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Commissioner Craig.
I'd like a clarification of something I've been thinking about as we're discussing these. If I want to make sure I understand correctly, if I'm not mistaken, water development funds are not used for water distribution. Is that correct?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, or Madam Chair, apologize. That is correct.
So some of the recommendations would be things that the sponsors would have to fund in other manners, some of the pipeline, things like that. Yeah.
That's right. And I would say in our master plans, even though we don't fund some of these things or they're ineligible for our program, because it all ties into the system, we do look at distribution, we look at water treatment, we look at transmission, all as part of the master plan, and then identify, like you said, what's ineligible, what's not eligible,
Thank you.
or what's eligible.
Good question. All right. Thanks. Okay, we'll go on to our next item, which is going to be the Newcastle Water Master Plan. And that is on page 28 of the e-notebook.
Yes.
Mr. Clary?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Newcastle Water Master Plan was a level 1 study that was appropriated. It was started in 2023 and it was appropriation of $223,000. The final contract amount was $207,057.55. The contract savings amount was $15,000, $1.20. The the city of Newcastle asked to look at the master plan for a reconnaissance level study of the entire system. They have a very complex system with 5 Madison wells, 3 tanks spread over a slope on a topographic slope with 7 pressure zones. And so this is what we studied when we looked at this with the consultant, Inberg Miller. And their recommendations that came out of this study were to replace tank 1 due to age and leaking issues. And then there was also on the other 3, all 3 tanks, they have a single line that goes in and out. And so the new EPA desire is to have it so that there's separate inlet and separate outlets to the tank that you can control. And there's several other recommendations throughout the system. They have a problem with a lot of asbestos cement pipe that will have to be replaced over a time period of 15 years. And so there's the following, coming out of the study, there's 8 projects that were identified and prioritized to be in need of replacement or improvement. And the first one is the replacement of tank 1, which is the oldest storage tank. It dates back to 1934, and it is leaking and they can't quite fill it completely full because it leaks near the top. So that's going to be a $9 million plus replacement for the tank, and that is WWDC eligible. So then there's also a transmission water line that is recommended along Highway 85, connecting a couple of places there. And then there's several different 6 more recommended pipeline replacements and other things. Some of them are eligible, most of them are not eligible because again, they're distribution system and not transmission. But as part of this study, they were of course included. And then there was a public meeting held at City Council in Newcastle. And so the Water Development Office recommends acceptance of the final report submittals and closing the consultant services contract. The city of Newcastle is planning to submit an application for further funding within the WWDC program. Probably one will come in this fall, but we'll see on those. So, and then if there are any questions, I'll take those.
Thank you again for the presentation. Any questions? Seeing none, there is a proposed motion on page 29 of our e-notebook. Have a proposed Commissioner Glick?
The button here. Here, okay. Sorry. I move acceptance of the Newcastle Water Master Plan Level 1 project report as being complete, and further, the Wyoming Water Development Commission makes the following findings relative to this project. That the commission recommend proceeding to the next level of project development upon the submittal of an appropriate funding application by the sponsor.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Glick. Do I have a second?
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Craig. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, that motion is passed. Thank you.
Thank
And I
you.
think you're off the bench for a bit here.
Yep.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Clary. Okay, the next item on our list is the Operations Hydrological Assessment, Medicine Bow and Sierra Madre Mountain Ranges Level 2 Study. And we have Barry here, and I thought, is Julie coming too, or just you, Barry?
Madam Chair, Julie no longer works for the Water Development Office. She moved to Maine. Her last day was August 2nd.
That's too bad.
Yeah.
She'll probably like me.
Madam Chair, Barry Lawrence, Deputy Director of Planning. I'm going to present the closeout memo for the Cloud Seeding Operations Hydrological Assessment, Medicine Bow and Sierra Madre Mountain Ranges. This study was a state-sponsored study in response to inquiries that we received. As you know, a lot of inquiries, and we've had the discussion today in the legislature relative to cloud seeding, the efficacy of doing that, not so much as to the technology and whether it works, but does it make sense? Is it a good investment of the state's resources? How much bang for the buck are we getting? So to that end, the 22 legislature authorized this study, $300,000 appropriation to look at just that. How much additional water are we producing? Because that's ultimately about additional water in the system. Our consultant was the National Center for Atmospheric Research out of Boulder, Colorado, and they also used the Wyoming supercomputer here in Cheyenne. The final contract amount was $299,676 with a contract savings of $324. The study used advanced modeling tools, flight level cloud measurements, ground-based weather data, looked at meteorological conditions, hydrological conditions, additional physical measurements, and also looked at the amount and frequency of the seeding materials used. All that to look at, provide an estimate of additional stream flow in acre feet, and then also looking at the cost to run the program and, and the calculations relative to doing the cost effectiveness. So there were 4 years that were looked at of annual operations, actual airborne operations targeting the Medbows, Sierra Madres, upwind of those mountain ranges. We had 4 years at that time when this project was let. They looked at those years, relative to the analysis, but one of the years was selected for an intensive analysis, additional modeling and so forth, and that was the year of 2019, 2020. A couple of reasons for that. That year, we also had additional instrumentation on the aircraft. So we had a lot more monitoring going on and so forth. So we had a real robust data set. Also, one of the years had to be eliminated because we also had a situation where if you remember the Mullen fire over there in the Medbows, and so we had modified our flight tracks so they weren't going the full length. So we wanted a representative full year relative to normal operations. Anyway, 2019, 2020 was intensively studied. Findings from that study came up with a simulated seeding effect, a minimum of 6,058 acre feet, all the way up to a maximum of 14,030 acre feet additional precipitation, and with a mean of 9,478 acre feet. Of course, that's precip. That is not water in the system. So that had to be routed using a hydrologic model. They used Wharf Hydro to do that, to look at what the additional stream flow in the system was. Largest increases, we're seeing Upper North Platte, 28 acre feet, Upper Laramie, 2356 acre feet. Lesser impacts were seen in the Medbow, North Platte, and North Platte headwaters and Little Snake, anywhere between 348 acre feet to 892 acre feet. So the overall water budget analysis showed increase in precip due to seeding and largely increased stream flow, as we might expect. Secondary, there was an increase in soil moisture and then also a slight increase in ET. So having those numbers now, additional water, we believe that was produced from that year of seeding, then we can look at the cost, what it costs to run the program that year and figure out cost per acre foot. And the cost for reducing that additional water, it ranged from a low of $56.15 per acre foot to a high of $124.22 acre foot per acre foot. That was the high. The mean was $81.87 per acre foot to reduce that additional water. This all was presented to the Commission Select Water. Some of you were there, joint meeting, almost a year ago, a little over a year ago now, up in Casper, joint meeting, and where Commission Select Water, and then we had a robust discussion. And that whole, some of you are raising your eyebrows, yes, it was a robust discussion on that whole project. But what's neat about it was because it was a joint meeting and it was in Casper and hosted by LSO and so forth, that is online. And we referred a lot of people that way. And so it's online, not only through our agency website, but through LSO, you can get to it. That whole presentation, as well as all the discussion, is out there for folks to look at. So the recommendation from our office is we recommend acceptance of the final report submittals and closing the consultant services contract.
Thank you for that succinct and quick explanation. Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Glick?
Barry, I have a question for you. How does that work with like the Mullen Fire? If it doesn't hold all the moisture up there, does that skew the numbers when it gets to the rivers?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Glick, actually, Mullen Fire that year was excluded from the intensive analysis because it didn't, basically, we have a back and forth pattern with the airplane upwind. And so we actually, and that Mullen Fire was south of Highway 130, there in the Medbos. And so the airplane didn't even go down into that area. So it wasn't even seeded. Okay.
Thanks for the explanation. Yes. Commissioner Vore?
There you go. Thought I was gonna have to get my hammer.
There you go.
Barry, do you have any kind of average annual total yield out of those two basins, the upper North Platte and the upper Laramie?
Madam Chair, I don't have them with me. I could get you that information. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Always an interesting topic. So, all right. Seeing none, there is a proposed motion, and that is on page 31 of our e-notebook.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Cott.
Oh, Commissioner Glick, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Glick, my apologies.
Okay. Okay. I move the acceptance of cloud seeding operations, hydrological assessment, Medicine Bow, and Sierra Madre Mountain Ranges Level 2 study project as being complete.
Thank you, Commissioner Cott. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Glick. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay. That motion is carried. I think the next one is Lonnie. Is that right? For the Orchard Valley Water Master Plan Level 1 study. Welcome back.
Thank you, Chair. Chair through you to the commission. Lonnie Olson, project manager in the Water Development Office on the planning side. Before you, you have the Orchard Valley Water Master Plan Closeout Memo. This was a level 1 study, and this is on page 32 of the PDF for those following along. A brief history on the Orchard Valley Water Company. They were formed in 1941. They serve 108 residences. They are supplied by 2 wells, and they have 2 5,500 gallon below ground storage tanks. And for this project, the commission waived the public entity status. The appropriation for this project was $222,000. The consultant selected was Y2 Engineering. The contract amount was $221,959, and we had a contract savings of $51,040.25. For this level 1 master plan, it looked at funding sources and revenues, created a GIS, and reviewed information on public entity formation, amongst some other things. Going into it, the main recommendation that came out of this was for Orchard Valley to look and seek a legal opinion on the public entity formation, because there might be challenges with that as a currently Y within another special district providing water and sewer. So just that might cause some challenges. And so that was the main recommendation, was to get that figured out, because then that kind of directs the way that they can go with financials and public entity formation. And then moving along, assuming that they are able to remain autonomous and become a public entity, option 1 would be the first recommendation, and that would just be some system improvements to keep it running and functioning like well. This would be a flow meter on each well, chlorine disinfection, and a retrofit of well discharge piping, and that's about $64,000. Option 2, as you see it, that's the next recommendation, and that would be a complete system replacement, because the system, well, a lot of parts of it are from the original, so it's been there's been repairs as needed, but a complete system replacement was recommended just to get everything working perfect fine. And that was broken into 3 phases due to the cost. And that was phase 1 would be working on the wells, phase 2 would be storage tanks, and phase 3 would be water lines and distribution. And then option 3 would allow Orchard Valley Water Company to connect. This was if they are a public entity, or this would be a emergency connection to South Cheyenne Water and Sewer. South Cheyenne Water and Sewer does have lines in about 90% of the Orchard Valley Water Company system. And this would just be installing a pressure reducing vault or station. That way they can tie on to South Cheyenne Water and Sewer if there's any issues with their wells. And the option 4 would be dissolving Orchard Valley Water Company and having them connect entirely to South Cheyenne Water and Sewer. And that was at $2.6 million, and that is quite a bit. And one thing to note with that is that the tap fees and the system development fees were done per user, and there might be an ability for them to, if there's a lump sum of people coming on, there might be an ability to get that reduced. There was a public report presentation right here in this room on July 18th. The staff does recommend acceptance of the final report submittals and closing the consultant services contract, and I do stand for questions. And staff has provided a proposed motion for the commission on page 2 of our closeout memo, and I stand for questions.
Thank you, Lonnie. Any questions? Commissioner Kaylee?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I see a couple of the guys here from Orchard Valley. Would they like to come up and make a comment or?
Come on up and join us.
Ron's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead and introduce yourself. Thanks.
Hi, my name's Kevin Scott, and pardon me. I'm a resident of the Orchard Valley area, and Frank, my coworker, we all he also lives there, and we volunteer for the position of aiding Orchard Valley with their water system. And the system was made in 1940, and it's fairly dilapidated. We do move it along, and the project we just went through with the water development, it went well, I think. It told us, not oddly enough, Frank and I are pretty acquainted with the system, and we know a lot about it and what we would like to do with it. I do think that working through this system has, with the conclusion of it, it'll aid us in, I think, what we would like to do with it is aid us with getting low interest loans. That's what I would prefer personally. I like the ideas of responsibility for the system, personal responsibility for the system. And I think that's well within the Orchard Valley, the residents' ideas as well. And a lot of what they do is they don't come to the meetings, and we run the system. That's just the way it goes. But I do think we're in the right direction with it. And everybody that aided us in this. Now, I should say too, the having low interest loans is what I would prefer in many ways. I think some grants would be okay with me and Frank as well. And we'll see where that goes. But getting back to what I was going to say about what we were aided with, I think everybody that we worked with was extremely helpful and extremely willing to do the best they could for us and be honest with us, good and bad, which we really appreciate. And we'll see how we go on the next batch of things. Where we go, a lot of it's going to be just nip and tuck for a little while, doing what we can as we go. We are in a fairly good way of raising our rates to try to accommodate things. And we were going down. When I first started helping out, we were going in the red hard. And we are not now. We are putting money aside, and we haven't had any breaks for a while with our system, and with the mostly we have trouble with our pipes. The pipes haven't broken down, and so we're doing okay. We're putting some money aside, and we're going to start talking about what we're going to fix rather than just make and do. And so you can kind of see where we're going, and you guys have all been a good part of that, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. We appreciate you
Yeah.
coming over. And Commissioner Kelly, you have further question? Okay, go ahead.
Frank, I saw you guys have a lot of options on there. Have you settled on any one that kind of sticks out that you might be going towards?
I think we would like to start off with the small things. We have one pump house is as leaky as it gets. It just really drips a lot. We'd like to be able to start off by putting in some valves so we can shut that place down. Because right now, we'd have to shut down the whole system in order to repair that particular place. Get some valves connected up with it and get it be able to shut down and repair that. I'd say that's where we've talked about. We always talk about the pot of gold, where a leprechaun will bring us millions of dollars to do things. I don't particularly think that's going to happen for a while, but that's where we'd start on those little things, Ron. And I think, some metering, get some better metering for the whole system. We don't know. Well, Frank's devised some really good mathematical ways of doing things to try to figure out how much water we pump out. But the EPA or DEQ, I'm not sure who it is, they want better metering. And that's a real big item for them. And we'd like to move in that direction. I think get some metering going and see where we stand versus water going in and payments coming in with that.
Yes, Commissioner Kelly. And it's Kevin, is that right?
Yeah, Kevin, have you guys, I know recently with the boundaries kind of changing for the city of Cheyenne a little bit, that I think you guys are now surrounded by city but on 3 sides. Is that correct?
I think pretty close to that. Yeah, I think so.
Have you guys reached out to the mayor or Bopu on what their thoughts are of bringing you guys in, whether you want to or not?
I'm not. We have not. I don't. It's a tender area, in Orchard Valley. We had a meeting, probably the only meeting that was ever really well attended. We had advertised that we were going to talk about possibly being annexed, and Nellie barred the door. I mean, it was just, that room was packed and they were not happy. They were cranky people. And most of the time I have my wife at the meetings, and Frank and I'll be there, and the other people on our board, they'll be there. And so it ends up being about 12 people. that room was standing room only, and they were all upset. They don't want to be annexed at all. So with what we have, as far as we are a bit of our problem is we are a company. We are designated as a company, as a for-profit entity. We've been seriously talking about becoming a nonprofit of some sort, and that'll do something for us maybe with some low interest loan type things. But as far as dealing with our neighbors, they, from what I believe I understand, we have to have some okay by them, by our neighbors, to do the things we want to do. And that would be Southside Water and maybe BPU. So we've talked a little bit about that. I'm not afraid of talking with them. We have good relationships with them, and a lot with the people in the field. I haven't met anybody in the office. Frank has, but we have good relationships, and I think they know our standings. They know where we are. We don't want to be a burden to anybody, and we don't want to fail either. And we'll see where that goes with conversation, and see what can happen with that.
Frank, I just have one more question for you. And the reason I ask about that follow-up with the mayor or Bopu is
Yeah.
because since you do have a pretty good relationship with them now, you just might want to follow up with them so that many people that kind of going through your same kind of stuff get in there. You can kind of get grandfathered in, whether it's an annexation or not. You could say, yeah, we'll be willing to support this, but we want to keep our existing wells for irrigation and some of that kind of stuff, or improve the cost that it would cost you to come in with Bopu.
Yeah.
I saw the costs on South Cheyenne, and whoa, I was really surprised that the costs were that high. But you might be able to improve those chances by being acceptable earlier and starting those conversations. I just wanted to give you that advice.
Sure. Well, thank you.
Well, thanks for attending today too.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. We appreciate you coming here. So basically, Lonnie, then just for me is that because they're not a public entity and it doesn't sound like they're really eager to do that, maybe they'll change to a nonprofit. If they change for a nonprofit, I guess they have to get an attorney and get this all figured out essentially before they get any more further funding from us.
Chair, through you, that is correct.
Madam Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner Kopp?
and I just want to clarify this, and maybe Lonnie is, I think we have to be a political subdivision of the state of Wyoming to get funding from the Water Development Commission. Is that correct? And not just a nonprofit.
Director?
Mr. Chairman, or Madam Chair, I apologize. That is correct. So Water and Sewer District, Water District, there's multiple entities, but not a
just
nonprofit.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, that's, we appreciate that presentation, Lonnie. We did waive the public entity requirement in order to do this. So now all we're doing is approving acceptance of their master plan. So we do have a proposed motion on page 33 of the e-notebook, unless there's any further discussion.
Madam
Okay.
Chair,
Commissioner Choma?
I move acceptance of the Orchard Valley Water Master Plan Level 1 Study Project Report as being complete.
Thank you, Commissioner Choma. Do I have a second? Second from Commissioner Kaylee. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, that motion is carried. Thank you, Lonnie. And I think you're on the next one too, aren't you? Great. Is George coming up with you or no? George is taking a back seat. All right, Lonnie, it's all up to you then. Thank you.
Chair, through you to the commission, Lonnie Olson, project manager in the planning division of the Water Development Office. Before you is the closeout memo for the Ranchester Water Master Plan. This was a level 1 study. and it can be found on page 34 of the PDF. A brief background on Ranchester. Is formed in 1911. It serves roughly 12,000 or 1,229 people, and it's supplied by the Tongue River diversion of 12.86 CFS, and it has two 500,000 gallon storage tanks. The appropriation for this project was $128,000. The selected consultant was Dow. The contract amount was $127,100. The final and the savings of this contract was $5,748.56. This was a general master plan. It looked over funding. It created GIS, and out of this, there was a few recommendations. Some of it is WWDC eligible, and some of it is not. I'll start with the eligible, or some of the projects that might be eligible, and those would be 5 identified transmission main projects. Those came in at just about $6.6 million. The first one that was recommended was the Northwest Transmission Loop project. And this is likely the highest priority as it provides another line for east-west connectivity and some redundancy to their line along Highway 14. And the other ones would be the North Transmission, East Transmission, West Transmission, and those are as the community grows. Ranchester is seeing a decent bit of growth with it being a bedroom community of Sheridan. And so that is as it grows and as a population in those areas come in. And there was another connection, the Carl Street connection, that did not have an estimated cost with it, as that was deemed that the town can do that. It's a simple connection, but it was one that was deemed that should be done. There was also a water storage recommendation, and that's about $5.2 million. And this one is likely not needed for 20 to 30 years, but it will be down the line. So just hoping that the community plans for this, and as the community shapes and takes place, you understand where it goes. For the purpose of this study, it was located on the west of the community, but in 20 or 30 years, that might look drastically different based on what areas develop. And then the water treatment plant was the non-water development office eligible, and within 5 to 10 years, there's some minor maintenance, upgrading the SCADA, replacing mechanical equipment past the service life. And then in about 15 to 20 years, there's a capacity increase needed. And that's going to be about $5.1 million that the community should expect. And that's one where it's as the population increases and the need is for it. So it's plan for it and keep a finger on the pulse. And so total project cost out of this was about $17.3 million. There was a public report presentation August 21st at the Ranchester Town Hall. The office recommends acceptance of the final report submittals and closing the consultant services contract. Staff has provided a proposed motion for the commission on page 3 of the closeout memo and stands for questions.
Thank you for that excellent summary. Appreciate it. Any questions, commissioners? Okay, seeing none, there is a proposed motion on page 36 of the e-notebook. Commissioner Glick?
I move acceptance of the Ranchester Water Plan, 11-1 study project report is being complete. And further, the Wyoming Water Development Commission makes the following findings relative to this project that the commission recommend. Proceeding to the next level of project development upon the submittal of an appropriate funding application by the sponsor.
Thank you, Commissioner Glick. Do I have a second? Second. Second by Commissioner Craig. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. Okay, that motion is carried. Thank you, Lonnie. Keith, I think you're back up on the Shoshone groundwater supply and transmission. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What page is it on? Page 37. Okay. This is the Shoshone Groundwater Supply and Transmission Level 2 study, and it was started in 2023, $249,000 appropriation. Final contract amount was $215,547.27. The contract savings was $32,588.73. Town of Shoshone has a water system that is a 4 wells in the Wind River Formation located out to the west, and it has a storage tank closer to town and a 10-inch transmission line to connect the wells to the storage tank. The 10-inch transmission line continually breaks almost on an annual basis, usually when the frost is coming out of the ground and it's moving. And part of that might be related to that the transmission line is not properly bedded. The level 1 study was done in 2021, and the number 1 recommendation from that 2021 master plan was to look into this surging and breaking of the transmission line between the wells and the tank continuously. Continuing to break over and over repeatedly. And each time they repair it, it tends to break upstream of it. So this study was conducted and with James Gores and Associates. And there's some gases that come out of the Wind River Formation naturally out of the wells. And the well 6 one looks like it's a combination of methane, carbon dioxide, radon, and other gases like helium and stuff. And those things contribute to this breakage at some point. But the actual cause of this seems to be a hydraulic surge, also known as water hammering. And there's several things you can try to do to get it mitigated. And these come out as recommendations. And the recommendations are to install a downhole gas buster in well 6. There's 3 other wells, but well 6 seems to be the gassiest well. And this is $11,000 to do that. And replacement of 1,500 linear feet of PVC 10-inch transmission line from the well 6 to the tank with 1,888 linear feet of properly bedded ductile iron pipe. And this would help to cause it to not break under such stress, and maybe the transitory stress as it passes the pressure surge, as it passes, doesn't actually break the pipe. So that was $1.4 million that was recommended. And then also a backflow preventer, a flap valve is what they call it, from between the tank and the town, $58,000 and $300, $58,300. And then as part of this whole thing, the 4th recommendation is to do a surge wave monitoring over a period of time, just a rental unit, and that's including some of the costs above that were recommended. A public hearing was then held in Shoshone. And so the Water Development Office recommends acceptance of the final report submittals and closing the consultant services contract. And it looks like the sponsor will be applying for further funding with the Water Development Commission. And I'm open for questions.
Great. Thank you. Keith, any questions? Okay. Seeing none, we do have a proposed motion on page 38 of the e-notebook.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Craig?
I have a question first. I'm
Great.
Curious about what would and would not qualify for water development funding as far as monitoring these pressures, and what is as far as type of equipment that it would take to help with those problems. What qualifies for water development funding?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Clark?
Commissioner, what I'm looking at is that this is like in a gray area, but as part of a transmission pipeline replacement, it could be a part of that, as included in the price of that. And so this one's one of those gray area, the actual specific component on that, but it's part of trying to get this thing back to an operating system without breaking all the time. I'm not sure how that one would go.
Director?
Madam Chair, I would agree with that. These are a couple of unique things. I don't think that we would be probably getting in the business of paying for a rental, for example, that monitors, that's part of operations. And the gas buster in the well, for example, is a pretty unique item that we don't typically deal with. So I'd say if we get an application, we're going to need to vet that pretty heavily and be somewhat critical and bring that information back to you guys with a level 3 application or a recommendation and have more discussion about that.
Madam Chair,
Keith?
Commissioner, the transmission pipeline itself is eligible.
I have a question for you, Keith, or the director. Because of the natural gas that's present in the groundwater, is it something that could be eligible for clean water drinking funds? I mean, is it causing some sort of, are these chemicals then in the drinking water that people are consuming?
Madam Chair, this methane, you can drink some of that. It's not a good idea, but it tends to, agitate out as you have an aerator or something, or as you're transporting it from the wells to the tank and chlorinating it and then sending it on. A lot of those gases will naturally dissipate, but the biggest problem is when you're pumping it, you want to get it out as quickly as you possible at the wellhead and not take it through the system. So, and a lot of these are at very low parts per million, parts per billion.
Okay, thank you.
Madam
Director?
Chair, and again, to directly answer your question, I do believe it would be eligible for drinking water state revolving fund.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. I know we're trying to always look for alternative funding, so I'm just trying to become more thinking about it as we look at these projects. All right. Any further discussion from the commission? Okay. If not, we do have a proposed motion on page 38 of the e-notebook for this project. Commissioner Glick, he's a volunteer today.
Yep, I'm a volunteer today. I move acceptance of the Shoshone groundwater supply and transmission level 2 project report as being complete, and further, the Wyoming Water Development Commission makes the following findings relative to this project. 1, that the commission recommend proceeding to level 3 of project development upon the submittal of an appropriate funding application by the sponsor. 2, based on the finding in the final report, the project is determined to be in the public interest. 3, the project functions and services cannot realistically be provided by any person, association, or corporation engaged in private enterprise.
Thank you, Commissioner Glick. Second by Commissioner Choma. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. Okay, that motion is passed. Thank you, Keith.
Thank you.
And now we have the Wardwell. George, is that yours? Yes, Water Master Plan. And that is on page, 39 or something? 39.
Thank you, Madam Chair. George Mosher with the Water Development Office again today. Finishing out tab C on closeout memos. The Wardwell Water Master Plan is here is what I'm here to present to you today. That was originally a project that was sponsored by the Wardwell Water and Sewer District. The original contract amount for this project was $150,567.50. And given final contract amount, the eventual contract savings was just a little over $6,000 for that project. The consultant was Inberg Miller Engineers. So some of you as commissioners may be familiar with the Wardwell Water and Sewer District. It actually was an entity that supplied water to the area of Bar None and some adjacent rural areas. During the course of this study, the Wardwell Water and Sewer District actually voted to dissolve. And the eventuality of that was that the town of Bar None absorbed all of the water infrastructure. And now the town of Bar None is the water service provider to all of the residents in that area, as well as the associated industrial districts that are kind of surrounding that. So the water system itself is a consecutive system. They bulk purchase water from the Central Wyoming Regional Water System, which is a bulk water provider that provides water to Casper and kind of many of the districts surrounding that. So ultimately, this project will develop recommendations that probably bar none would be looking to take on and manage as projects for the future. A couple of really interesting things about this project to mention. We did kind of a standard evaluate, what their pricing is, evaluate a little bit of the distribution system, their transmission mains and storage. And one of the unique components is that the backbone of this system, it's kind of a long sort of vertical north and south district with not a whole lot of east-west space to it. The backbone is actually about 16,000 feet of permastrand pipe, which is something that I was never familiar with before this project. It's kind of a thin fiberglass reinforced plastic pipe. It's apparently kind of brittle and easy and difficult to service. It was something that was looked at as, hey, we can put this in. It's going to be, kind of a miracle product, but it was used for a fairly short period of time. As a consequence, not too many folks actually have an understanding for what the reasonable lifespan of that might be. And bar none has not really had any problems with leaks on it, but in the course of the study, just based on other municipalities, other districts that do use this material, the recommendation was developed to plan for replacement of that, just thinking that ultimately that's something that's probably going to need to be replaced. If it does start breaking, it could be a thing where just, you repair one little spot and the next spot breaks and the next spot. So in association with this master plan, we also evaluated storage tanks. Because this system is a consecutive water system from Central Wyoming Regional, they actually rely a little bit on a storage tank that Central Wyoming Regional owns that's kind of off to the east side of the district, and also one that's located far to the north of Bar None. Basically what the master plan identified is that far north one, because it floats on the system, it tends to have some water age issues. And one of the recommendations that we'll talk about a little later is to potentially install dedicated transmission line up to that tank and then a dedicated supply line coming back down from that tank in order to encourage some turnover for that. We did do some air knifing excavations as part of this study, mostly to try to identify if there were segments of asbestos cement pipe. In most of the locations where the air knifing was done, we confirmed that pipe segment had been replaced with PVC, so that was a really good outcome of the investigation. We identified their operating expenses. Currently, the residential base rate is almost $19 per month, and the study recommended that base rate be increased to a little bit over $50 per month, just in concert with the number of infrastructure upgrades that they're looking at. The evaluation ultimately resulted in 9 general projects. And Madam Chair, in dovetail with Commissioner Craig's questions about ultimately what things are eligible for financing, this is a really interesting look at that. So on page 2 of the memo, there's a number of bullets of the general projects that were recommended. In categories of those 9, 4 of these are really things that are, looping projects or potentially a smaller pressure regulating valve to control some zone pressure. Those are things through the course of the study that we identified as being distribution system components. So those are deemed not eligible for Water Development Commission funding. In addition, some of the asbestos cement pipe replacement associated with the Coleman tank, that's also kind of parts of looping, right? Those have advantages for the system, but they're really distribution components. So those don't fit within that source, supply, storage, transmission area. The 2 things that I wanted to talk about are that that dedicated supply plumbing to the north tank. And one of the challenges for this system is going to be that the very north tank is owned by Central Wyoming Regional Water System. So potentially, if we move on to a level 2 evaluation of what that transmission might look like, really the project sponsor may in fact end up being Central Wyoming Regional Water, not bar none. Similarly, the Permastrand pipe that is the backbone of the system is also owned by Central Wyoming Regional. So we could be in a situation where of the 1 or 2 eligible components for water development funding that are identified through this master plan, we may actually see a different sponsor approach the commission. Because of those intricacies and that the master plan didn't evaluate easements, access, alignments, and that sort of thing, the report recommended that that future phases of evaluation, even for those things that are water development eligible, should probably be undertaken as maybe a level 2 study. So the public report, or there was a public report presentation for this. It was at the new Barnum Community Center in October of last year, and we recommend acceptance of the final report submittals and closing the consultant services contract. There is a proposed motion at the bottom of page 2 of the memo, and if commissioners have any questions for me, I'd be happy to entertain them.
Thank you, George. Any questions? Commissioner Con? Oh, sorry.
Just a brief question. What is air knifing?
Madam Chair, a great question. It's a combination of some high pressure air and a nozzle on a wand that goes down hole and a big vacuum. So what the contractor does is they jet that air underground to kind of disturb the soil, but not at such a pressure that they destroy any kind of underground utilities that they'd uncover. So, you're not digging with a backhoe and destroying a water line when you hit it, or uncovering some buried electrical or something like that. It's a good technique to be able to just kind of see down in the hole without running the big risk of actually destroying something.
And they suck it out the vacuum is there to suck out what they disturbed.
Yeah, Madam Chair, the compressed air is delivered by a nozzle on a pipe, and then there's a relatively large diameter tube hooked to a big vac truck, basically, 8-10 inch diameter to suck the dirt out of that hole as they proceed down.
Great. Thank you. Great. Commissioner Vore?
George, I understand there's a brownfield north of Casper. Is this in that area? And if so, does it have any impact on this project?
Madam Chair, yeah, that's actually a really great question. It tends to control the material of piping that's installed in the ground for their distribution system. So portions of their distribution system actually can't use PVC pipe, just because that would be a problem for leaching some of the petroleum hydrocarbon kind of contaminants into their pipes. So that they are forced to use iron or ductile iron pipe for some of their distribution system.
Great. Any further questions for George? No? Okay. If not, then I would look for, there's no further conversation. We have a proposed motion on page 40. Commissioner Glick.
I move acceptance of the Wardwell Water Master Supply Level 1 Study Project Report as being complete And further, the Wyoming Water Development Commission makes the following findings relative to this project. Number one, that the commission recommend proceeding to next level of project development upon submittal of appropriate funding application.
Great, thank you. Second? Second by Commissioner Craig. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, that motion is passed. Thank you, George. Director, I know it's 10:40. Do you want to take a quick break or do you prefer to just continue on?
A quick break from my perspective.
Commissioner Cott, I asked the director. Okay, want to be quick, if we just maybe take a 5-minute break or so and be back, that'd be great. we try to gather everyone back just so we can keep on moving. Okay,
We'll invite him.
we will just wait for a few of our commissioners to trot up to the table. We are going to order in lunch just because I'm concerned with the roads being slippery and we're going a little longer than we thought. So we'll try to keep things kind of pinned down a little. So let's see, we have Commissioner Kaylee, Commissioner Glick. And he's our motion maker. So, but Commissioner Hose is there. All right. So the next item on our agenda is the groundwater exploration grant application. It is on page, let me get to that real fast. On page 41 of our e-notebook. And George, we welcome you back up here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the Commission's consideration today is a groundwater exploration grant application for Cottonwood Acres. Maybe for the Commission, I might back up just a second and remind you, because we've been talking about planning projects in level 1 and level 2, that the groundwater exploration grant program is something that lives kind of on the side of that. It's their planning projects, their studies to evaluate feasibility of using and developing groundwater, but it's based on a specific legislatively approved pool of money. And the eventual project agreements end up looking a lot more like a construction project, wherein the commission develops an agreement and a contract with the sponsor if the commission decides to move forward with the project. With that in mind, the current balance in the groundwater exploration grant account that isn't appropriated for other projects is just a little over $1.2 million. The Cottonwood Acres groundwater exploration grant application is one where the project that would be considered is about $125,000. So on page 42, what I've developed here is a memo that kind of serves as the cover for the eventual recommendation. And then the recommendation kind of goes more into the details of the current system and financial analysis and things like that. But starting on the first page of that memo, you'll see that I developed a figure for Cottonwood Acres and the vicinity around it. So Cottonwood Acres is located just adjacent to Torrington. And on that figure, you can see yellow depicting the boundaries of that subdivision, as well as blue dots that are labeled CW3, CW4, Garrett 1, and Garrett 2. Those are existing wells, serve as the source of supply for the Cottonwood Acres Improvement and Service District. Also, just generally to orient yourself, just to the southwest of the district, you'll see the Torrington 3, 4, and 5. Those are the so-called golf course wells for Torrington itself. And then off to the east of the district, there's a location for a hydrant, which roughly corresponds to kind of the end of the existing Torrington distribution system and their service customers. And further to the east, you'll see 3 wells, 3 more blue dots that depict some area wells. Of note here is that the Torrington number 16, which is off to the east, was the subject of a groundwater exploration grant, which the commission approved and was drilled in 2021. Generally speaking, these wells tend to be shallow wells. They're producing from alluvial materials that are associated with the North Platte. And you can kind of see on that same figure how close really we are to the North Platte River. So Cottonwood Acres itself is currently under 2 separate EPA administrative orders related to exceedances for uranium and nitrates in their supply waters. They supplied the office with aggregated results for some of those constituents. So important to note here, and the map kind of helps you understand, The Cottonwood 3 and 4 are really close to one another. They're essentially 40, 60 feet apart. And they combine within a well house on the north side. That well house is the location where they collect their sample. It's where the meter captures the amount of water that's produced by the wells. In a similar fashion, the Garrett 1 and 2 are located roughly, 6 or 8 feet apart. They're all within a well control house that has a similar arrangement of some smaller air bladder pressure tanks, metering, and then the sample tap is contained within that. So then on figures 2 and 3, what I've done is presented in a graphical form the nitrate and nitrite concentrations, which were provided as an aggregated result by the district to the office, as well as the uranium results. The reason for the different colors is just to break apart which location we're talking about. So when you see the yellow dots, you're seeing things that are corresponding to the north well location, and they have samples after the two wells combine. And for the blue dots, you're seeing analytical results after the wells in the southeast combine. Functionally, the Cottonwood number 3 is really not used very often. My understanding is that they use that kind of for some peaking demand issues. And largely the CW3 and CW4 are used in the summertime associated with high demands for lawn watering and landscaping and that sort of thing. The Garrett number 1 and number 2 locations, one of those wells has some sand production problems, and so just in the interest of not chewing through pumps every month or two, they try to limit the use of that well as also. The groundwater exploration grant is to essentially drill another well in the location of the Garrett number 1 and number 2 to provide them some additional capacity down in the southeast. But what I wanted to present for the commission's consideration today is some concerns that the office has related to the proposal. So right off the top, on their application, the front of the application says system must serve 15 taps with meters on each tap, and Cottonwood Acres has a meter in each of their well houses, so they can know how much water is produced from the Cottonwood 3 and 4. They know how much water is produced from the Garrett wells, but they don't have meters at each residence. So in association with that, the district assesses a charge to their users as a flat fee of $75 a month. They have done some additional assessment in order to build up some reserves in their accounts in association with thinking that they need to do some work to help them out with these EPA problems. And another item of this is that kind of on a monthly basis, the homeowners association, which is kind of a different entity that everybody in the district, they provide funding to also, that homeowners association is right now providing additional money on a balance transfer basis into the accounts for the district. So one of the concerns from the office is that we're already in a situation where there's kind of a lot of money that is probably attributable for each tap user associated with the system. And right now it looks like the transfers into the district account actually exceed the amount of money that they're collecting from their tap fees. A second item of concern for the commission's note is that Cottonwood Acres did evaluate connecting to the Torrington system. They're less than 1,000 feet from the Torrington system, and they decided ultimately that they did not wish to regionalize with the Torrington system. The Water Development Office contacted Public Works and Engineering departments in Torrington and asked them about their ability for excess capacity. And of course, based on the fact that the Water Development Office funded the Torrington 16 well, which produces in excess of 2,000 gallons a minute, Torrington said, sure, we've got capacity. We could do that. So I think ultimately that came down to a cost comparison. So what the office asked for was production records from Cottonwood Acres. What we discovered was that their average per tap use, if you just calculate the 2 meters from each of the well houses, their average per tap use exceeds 34,000 gallons per month. So when we base that on what they would pay for billing for connecting to Torrington, it looked like if you included the billing rates as an average of $122 per month and assumed some standard SRF 2.5% 20-year kind of financing associated with building the transmission line and connecting it, the debt service would be approximately $57 per month. So on face value, the office is looking at it and thinking those costs don't seem particularly different than the costs that the district is paying right now, or at least the things that are attributable to the customers within the district. So another concern that the office has is that the water development program and the groundwater exploration grant program is kind of designed to evaluate feasibility for additional water development, right? To place additional water to use. And a backbone for that evaluation is what is the system need, and what kind of things are we solving here? So based on those meter data, the office calculated that essentially their average per capita water use is about 450 gallons per month, and their average day demand then calculates out to be about 30 gallons per minute. These 4 wells together, they roughly produce about 400 gallons a minute. They're essentially 100-gallon-a-minute wells apiece. So when we evaluate that and backstop that with the requirement from the Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality and their Chapter 12 requirements, which say you need to be able to supply average day demand with your single largest source out of supply, it looks like we very fairly meet the minimums for what the supply requirements would be in quantity. Another concern, just dovetailing with how the groundwater exploration grant program works, is that we're kind of left with determining a feasibility, or the groundwater exploration grant is to look at and catalog and evaluate what the prospects are for developing additional groundwater. And so one of the concerns that we have is based on the district's hope, and I think this is stated clearly in their application, that they hope to find water from this new groundwater well which will meet EPA requirements and thus avoid future charges or increased expenses associated with treatment. However, looking back at that figure 1 that I provided, the Torrington 16 was one that we installed for groundwater exploration grant. And so we aggregated a lot of area groundwater quality results as part of that exploration grant project and part of that report. So the number 15 well in the Pioneer Park generally meet nitrate and uranium standards. The number 16 well that we drilled actually exceeds nitrate standards. The golf course wells meet the nitrate standards, but exceed the standards for uranium. So taken collectively, the office is not really very optimistic about the chances. I mean, sure, there may be a chance that drilling a new well in the area of the southeast would meet water quality standards. But then in comparison with figure 2 and 3, one of the concerning things is that we see for nitrate and nitrite, it would look like over the past 2 years, we've got an increasing trend in the concentration, something approaching that MCL of 10 milligrams per liter. And then also concerning is the most recent test result for uranium at that Garrett number 2 and number 1 location, which is actually an exceedance. So that particular result will probably result in some increased testing requirements for the EPA. They're going to want to see samples on a quarterly basis and try to average those to determine whether that's in fact an exceedance or not. Yet the analytical sample from that area really gives me strong pause as to whether just drilling a well is going to be the ultimate successful outcome of that. So with that in mind, I think it's my opinion that probably, or more likely than not, we will be looking at something for this area that involves treatment. The district did seek the services of a consultant, of an engineering firm, to help them develop costs associated with that. So they developed costs in two different scenarios. One of them was to just connect to the Torrington system, relatively straightforward, 8-inch pipe connecting over a booster station to raise the pressure from 50 PSI up to 70 PSI and serve the system. And the other was to drill a new well in the southeast and basically move in a pre-built reverse osmosis system in order to treat that. The scenario that was developed as part of that also included a relatively expensive cost for separating out the north wells and maybe making those north wells be a community irrigation supply and would water some of the common spaces associated with that. So in an evaluation of those two things, I stripped out those costs. On face value, what that ends up with is that costs for drilling a new well and installing an RO system in the southeast corner amount to roughly $150,000 more money than the costs to connect to the Torrington system. So with that kind of as the cap of our understanding, there are going to be some unknowns associated with drilling this and a little bit of an experiment associated with it. And also, a little piece of those concerns is that the reverse osmosis system, the consultant didn't really generate what the ongoing O&M costs for that would be. I don't have any evaluation of what the brine disposal costs will be associated with that, and also have a little bit of concern for the district that their current water operations staff may in fact need to get more training and be a higher level certified operator in order to operate that water treatment system. Those costs don't really appear to me in order that I might be able to compare them. So I'm just looking at it on the simple face value of one option that seems to cost $150,000 more. With that in mind, the office is providing a recommendation to the commission that the commission do not fund this application. A suggested motion is at the bottom of page 3 on the memo. And of course, because this is an application and there are project proponents for the application, with us in the audience today, Madam Chair, is Mary Victorin and Ron Miller, who represent the district, and at your pleasure, they are available for any questions you might have too.
Thank you. Thank you, George, for that. So I'm sure some of the people have questions. I just like to know why, it's a lot to have 34,000 gallons a month of water use. And is that why they're so opposed to tying on to Torrington? Because they don't want their monthly tap fee to go up? I'm just asking. It seems to me would be the reason why. And it's a lot of water usage when we're going into drought years and things like that. I'm just concerned a little that they don't have any incentive to tap it down when, they're only paid assessed $75 a month, I guess, by this system.
Madam Chair, I have a similar concern just in comparison with how much water we typically see for areas like this, but with respect to the district's decisions about their water production and their water rates and whether that was a factor in the consideration of their choices, I would obviously prefer to punt that question to the district themselves.
Okay, that's fine. But what do you see as a normal average monthly usage? 34,000 gallons a month seems pretty high.
Madam Chair, it does seem pretty high. As a just general spitball, I'd say 150 gallons per person per day seems like a general round number that I see.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. And so I guess, Director, do you have any comments before I could call up Mary Victor and Ron Miller? They're here in the audience. Any comments by you, Director, before? Okay. So if you'll come up and state your name, and we do want to, make sure we're concise. So go ahead and let us know what your thoughts are, and we'll look forward to hearing from you. Welcome.
I'm Ron Miller.
I'm Mary Victor. We represent Cottonwood Acres homeowners and the improvement district that we have developed.
Make sure, just so you hear it kind of coming through louder. That way we can, it's hard in the audience. I mean, not in the audience, but if you're on Zoom, it's always kind of frustrating. So thanks. I appreciate it.
We would stand for any of your questions.
Well, I guess, Ms. Victor, I guess I'll ask you why, and since George punted to you, why are you opposed to, I think we've already put a lot of money into the other system. Why are you opposed to being annexed in?
Madam Chairman, I answer that. So we had our, much like Orchard Valley talked about, blowout meeting, and all the residents did not want to annex, and the city of Torrington will not just sell us water like they do to South Torrington. So with the unknown and the uncertainty that Torrington left as to what the future might hold after we get an annexation with them, the costs and the unknown was just beyond what we could tolerate. I would like to add, if I can, too.
Of course.
AVI has worked with us to make a master plan, and some of that don't show in this application is, one, we are going to install meters at each of the houses. That's in our plan to develop this whole project together. Two, the well, I know it's been stated that we hope we could get better water, but we really know that the well is going to have treatment. The cost to bring water from the other wells down, we'd have to go another transmission line down and all the way back, where the location that we're talking about is just a few feet away from the West Highway Sewer and Water District, so our discharge from the RO unit can go into there and save a lot of money. The other issue that we have is the well, like as stated, has a lot of sand coming through it. And because what we're doing to please the EPA at the present time with the administrative order is basically we shut down the Cottonwood 1 and 2 just for irrigation. And we cannot supply enough water at the limited use from the Cottonwood Well 1 where it's pumping sand without wiping out the motor. So that was why we wanted to put in a new well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Miller. Any questions from the commission?
Madam Chair.
Sorry about that. Commissioner Craig?
Like maybe this is a question for George, make sure I understood correctly. You said 34,000 gallons. Was that the average per tap? Those numbers that you had mentioned earlier on the water use?
Madam Chair, through you, the district supplied production records for 2024. And once again, those are aggregated for sort of the north location and the southeast location. They're, from what I calculated, their peak monthly rate is 72.8 gallons per minute. Based on a population of 95 people within the district, the average monthly gallons per tap or excuse me, just taps. So that's 38 taps. Average monthly gallons per tap are 34,154 gallons per tap. Their average gallons per person per day is 450 gallons per person per day.
So the 34,000 gallons per tap is the 38 taps during peak use.
That's actually average. That's averaged over the course of the year, Madam Chair.
So it's fairly high use. So then a question for the users of, do you have any explanation for why that number would be so high?
The subdivision is set up with half-acre lots, and the lawns are huge. And so that peak through the summer months is taking a lot of irrigation.
Thank you. And Mr. Mosher?
Yeah, one of the things that I did just to kind of evaluate that, and might be helpful for some of the folks with an ag background. So the rough size of this subdivision, if you kind of try to take out some of the hardscape areas, roads and stuff like that, if you calculate out to the actual acreage, it starts to look something like a 24 or 28-inch water column on the irrigated areas that are within the district.
If I might add to that,
Mary, go ahead.
excuse me, Madam Chairman, we also have 2 large area parks in each side of Cottonwood 1 and Cottonwood 2, and those areas are also irrigated. We have put in place a plan or a system, and that we ask for the homeowners to reduce their irrigation to every other day in hopes that we can kind of curb some of that excessive usage down. And everybody is abiding by those terms.
Thank you, Mary. Commissioner Pence?
Madam Chair, are you planning to run RO water to people's houses to put on their lawns?
Yes, at the present time, because, excuse me, with the RO and the level that we're at on the uranium and nitrate, we're not having to treat that much. So that is the plan. But the Cottonwood 1 and Cottonwood 2 wells, we want to develop into irrigation systems so that when we get that developed into this master plan, that the Garrett 1 and 2 would just be for domestic use, not irrigation. But that's not happening at the present time, no.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Miller. Any further questions?
Yes.
Commissioner
Sure.
Kelly?
I kind of had a follow-up on that too, is since you got to have kind of a specific RO system for uranium, and the best ones out there are only going to remove about 90%. You think that that's okay? You could leave that small factor out there, and then to me it would seem more sense that you would just have the individuals in their homes purchase a smaller RO system to treat their drinking water, and then let the rest of the water, just go through on the lawn.
So, Madam Chairman and Commissioner, we were told that the state of Wyoming will not recognize individual household RO systems because they aren't regulated, that you had to have a community system that had somebody that had training and could guarantee that it was operating properly.
To meet their MCL for uranium and nitrates?
Yes,
that
sir.
You have to do it for that MCL?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Miller.
Madam Chairman?
Commissioner Codden. George, did you have any comment on that? Okay, I didn't know. All right, go ahead.
Just once again, I know you had a sit-down meeting, and a lot of folks were in opposition and joining with Torrington. And once, of course, there's a lot of emotion in those meetings, but what was once again, what was the baseline of their objection? We just don't want to join Torrington, but what was the kind of the resistance? So the cost of irrigation water, is that what it was more or less, or just one more time?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Cott, there was a lot involved in annexing into the city of Torrington. Not only are their rates extremely high, but they have a built-in 2% at least minimum increase every year come January 1 without approval from the council or mayor. It's just automatic. Another issue was that we would have to take their sanitation services. which were at a higher rate than what we were already paying and at only a pickup of once a week instead of what we are used to twice a week. They did say that they would grandfather in our septic units. However, we were fearful that 5-10 years down the road with a different administration, a different staff, different engineers, they would say you are no longer in compliance with our ordinances that say you have to take our services if you are annexed into the city, and that would cost an exorbitant another financial burden onto our district. Also, the last component was an increase in mill levy property taxes that we assumed would be about $200 to $300 a year increase to each homeowner. All of those situations in our figures came up to a difference of $90 to do the project that we're doing per month per house versus $167 to hook into the city water over the 20-year life of the loans that we would need to build the RO and drill the wells.
Okay, thank you for that
And
answer.
it was an overwhelmingly vote. It was 35 to 1 and 2 abstained. So it was overwhelming that our people did not wish to annex into the city for those reasons. It was more economical and more feasible to do it and stay within the county and do it ourselves where we can control the costs.
Okay, thank you very much for explaining that. I have 2 quick comments, then I'll probably go ahead and shut down our comment and move it along. But one is for Patrick and one is just my comment. I calculated, I thought George said it was $175,000 more, somewhere around that, divided by 98 people or 95 people is it's $1,800 basically that we're going to pay per person so that they can save this money. So that is a concern to me that we're the state of Wyoming and we should be careful with our water funds. Secondly, I think if the city of Torrington grandfathers something in, I don't think they can take the grandfathering back. I've stood on grandfathering clauses in my hotel. Patrick, what's your theory on that? Right. I thank you, Patrick. And Patrick's here from the Attorney General's office, obviously for us, but I just wanted, as an attorney, I, use the grandfathering clause quite often to say I'm grandfathered under this in my business, and we stand on that all the time. So I wouldn't have a huge concern, just my take. Commissioner Pence has a quick question. We are trying to be but I'll take a few more questions, then I'd like to sort of have everyone, give your thoughts. All right, Commissioner Pence?
I would like to see you, thank you. I would like to see you people go back to Torrington, just see if you couldn't just buy water from their tap.
We asked that
you
specific
could work
question and they will not allow it. They demand that we annex, that it was take it all or leave it all on the table.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Craig?
I have one final question for George. And this is a question in your opinion with their existing wells. Are their existing wells sufficient if they could filter or treat the water to serve their needs without further exploration or drilling?
Mr. Moser?
Madam Chair, in response to Commissioner Craig's question, so that's kind of the basis of the evaluation that I did in the 4 wells that they have right now. And I think a good way to answer that might be to say, they rarely use one of their 100-gallon-a-minute wells that sit on the north side of town. In fairness, though, I think part of the evaluation for them would be brine disposal costs, right? If they had to put in an RO unit, the pipeline for the disposal costs from the north location is certainly going to exceed the the costs from the south location, just because they would have to put in a pipeline to get the brine over to somewhere where they could actually dispose of it. So yes, they do meet certainly any kind of quantity requirements. They far exceed it. I think that their evaluation is also based on the costs that would be associated with treating the water where they have it.
Okay, thank you, George. Okay, any questions from online? Nothing from Commissioner Hosey? I just want to make sure we didn't exclude him. Okay. So given this discussion, I would be looking for a motion from the commission with respect to the Cottonwood Acres groundwater exploration grant application. The commission, the office has recommended a do not fund, but it is up to us to decide what we want to do. So that is where I'm looking for a motion from a commissioner. The recommended motion is on page 44, but it is a choice for us. We can deny the exploration grant application or we can approve it.
This is Mark.
Commissioner Cott?
You know, I'm going to support our staff on this, and the reason is I really believe that, I mean, water is life, and it's the long-term viability of your community. And, you know, the more complicated your system is to run, you have a relatively small community, and through time, I think it's going to be your efforts in trying to work something out with the city of Torrington is going to pay off in the long run. And therefore, I'm going to support our staff on their recommendation. That's my motion.
So the motion,
staff.
the motion from Commissioner Cott is that you deny the Cottonwood Acres groundwater.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Cott. Any second? And then we can discuss that. I have a second from Commissioner Craig. Okay, discussion?
Yes.
Commissioner Pence.
I am wondering, being that we have helped Torrington drill wells and stuff, if our commission or our office could not work with Torrington to try to get them to sell water instead of annexing. I know that's probably not our purview, but we have helped them. You know, we drilled a well.
I think that's an amiable suggestion. I think it's nice of you to try to come up with something outside the box. So I appreciate that, Commissioner Pence. I guess I would ask the director and George their thoughts on that.
Madam Chair, in fact, I reached out to Torrington, two different staff members, both within their water system and also within their engineering department. Obviously, as a result of the Torrington number 16 groundwater exploration grant program and an ongoing level 3 application, we do have a working relationship with them. If the commission would like to direct staff to attend or help explain some of the background of that to the extent that it's helpful to Cottonwood Acres, I am definitely not opposed to that at all.
Thank you, George. We appreciate you being willing to try to step in and help. That's, I think, we gotta say that's a sort of a amendment to Commissioner Cott's motion, just to direct staff also to try to work with Torrington and Cottonwood Acres to see if we can have them perhaps sell the water in good faith. Is that amenable to you and to Commissioner Craig as the first and second?
Yes, that would be. And I'd just like to add as a note, and this is more like what Patrick was saying, is the word contract. That holds a lot of weight. So, I mean, if it does go to annexation, and grandfathering's a nebulous term, get what you want in contract. Yes, but.
Good point. Thank you, Commissioner Cott. That's fair. A lot of times people take it on the basis of a word and then they're sorry afterwards. So yes, good point. Thank you. And so we have a motion and a second, and we've sort of amended it slightly with the consent of the Commissioner Cott and Commissioner Craig. Any further discussion? Okay, so the motion is to deny the Cottonwood Acres Groundwater Exploration Grant, but to direct the office to assist with the city of Torrington and Cottonwood Acres to see if they can come up with some remediated offer. So all those in favor of denying it, say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Okay, that motion is carried. I hope, George, you all can try to work out something. Good luck.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Craig.
this kind of raises a point that I've felt, raises a point that I've felt in the past. We talk about redundancy and not funding redundancy. And this is a good case, I think, where we have entities, particularly municipalities and small, I'll say suburbs around those. And we have all kinds of different groups that we fund projects for that really could work collectively and save not only themselves, but the state of Wyoming some significant amount of money. I think this is maybe an opportunity to try to maybe even consider some of our language in our contracts and things when we fund well drilling or other things, that those that are participating and sponsors and recipients of those public funds recognize their responsibility to serve others in their surrounding area. I think about the city of Cheyenne. We've talked about projects this morning, and they don't want to, and that, you know, a little suburb doesn't want to be annexed into the city. Well, they obviously, everybody's territorial, has a lot of reasons, but given the I guess I'll say lack of funding that we probably are going to see, or reduction of public funds that we're starting to see, I think it's important we start looking at some of these projects that could serve bigger areas and more people. And maybe consider that when our contracts are written. And even if we can't enforce it, at least, you know, present the idea that these are public funds and you have a responsibility to serve more than just those that are in your boundaries right now. Just my point of view.
Thank you, Commissioner Craig. We have talked about regionalization and different things and trying to get people to work together. Star Valley is an example up there where we're trying to get figured out. But Commissioner Cott, I think you had a comment on that.
And this is to the folks in Cottonwood, is to, when you're looking at a city, think of a city as a big district that serves that provides multiple services. They're really no different than you are, but they're a bigger district and they provide multiple services. And then how can you benefit from those multiple services? Maybe some, you know, a more positive way to look at a city than just a city and thus them. They're just a district. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you again for attending. Mary and Ron, we appreciate it. Okay, thank you. Thank you, George. The next item on our agenda is the 2025 Level 1 and 2 Planning Project Contracts. And let's see. Level 1, that's on page 53 of the e-notebook. And the first one is the Hewlett Water Master Plan.
Madam Chair, I would direct your attention to the 11/17 summary sheet here that we've handed out to you, or that was at your place when we started the meeting. So in general, everything under this agenda item, we've got the level 1 projects from account 1, which you're right, is Hewlett. So we're looking at the top of that sheet there. Then the second group of projects are our level 1 projects, except they're rehabilitation projects under account 2. These are all planning project contracts. And then the third one there is the level 2 study that's being done for the Middle Paposia River storage. And that's under account 3, dams and reservoirs. So these were all in the planning bill that just came out of the legislative session. These are all projects we discussed last May. We went through the consultant selection process, competitive bidding, all that. So all we're now asking for is for your approval of the contracts with those consultants so we can start the work. And I would remind you for these, as well as the next agenda item for University of Wyoming agreement for UW Water Research Program, as well as here in a couple of agenda items, the construction agreements, they've all been reviewed and recommended from the Select Water Committee last Thursday, recommended to approve to the commission. So with that, if you think it's good to move forward in the manner I'm suggesting, I would say take all of those as a block under agenda item number 10. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. But we're really just asking for your approval of the contract so we can start the work with the consultants. So it'll be all the level ones under new development and rehab, as well as that dam and reservoir level 2 study.
Okay, so unless there's objection, Director, what we are going to do, and someone can pull anything off of this as a block consent agenda. So we're going to say that we would approve the level 1 project new development Hewlett. We would approve the level 1 project rehabilitation for Pioneer Canal Lake, Hattie Irrigation, Smith's Fork Irrigation, Wheatland Irrigation, level 2, Middle Paposia. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay, great. And so does anyone have anything they would like removed from that consent block agenda? No? Okay, so I'd look for a motion to approve the level 1 and 2 planning project contracts from a commissioner. Commissioner Glick has made a motion to approve.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Choma. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign? Okay, that block of project contracts that we've already reviewed and approved is further approved.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. The next agenda item, University of Wyoming agreements. Again, this just effectuates or puts into contract with University of Wyoming Office of Research the 2 water research projects that were discussed last November, went through the review board and all that stuff. And again, coming out of the planning bill and just asking for your approval of that contract so we can start that work with the University of Wyoming.
Great, thank you, Director. Again, we have looked at this already. So if anyone has any questions first or comments on the University of Water agreements, the UW Water Research Program Memorandum of Understanding, are there any questions or comments? Commissioner Kaylee.
Oh, I was just going to move to approve the University of Wyoming contracts for the UW Water Research Program.
Great, we have a motion by Commissioner Kaylee. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Glick. Any comments? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, that motion is passed. Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next agenda item, Small Water Project Program, and I'd invite Jody Pavlika, our program administrator, up here, and she will take you through the account 1 and account 2 applications we received as of November 15th. Direct your attention to page 232 in the e-notebook. That'll give you the map of where the different application and projects are located. And then we can point you in the right direction when we start, or when Jody starts working through the actual table of account 1 projects.
Great, great.
Thank you.
Welcome, Jody. So we'll let you, is everyone got to the page where they're at? And we'll have Jody go ahead and walk us through it. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. To begin, I'd like to just refresh everyone's memory a little bit on our nomenclature. On the very farthest left-hand column, you will see occasionally a little shovel in the left-hand side. That means those projects have been determined to be shovel-ready. On projects where it mattered, and you'll notice this more in account 2, it'll have a 1 and then parentheses another number. That other number, let's say it's a 6, would have been the priority that project would have been classified as if it had not received shovel-ready classification. So that's our nomenclature for the sake of refreshing everyone's memory. I'm going to go through this at a pretty high rate of speed as usual. I'll go through the sponsor summary on the far right side, and then many of the sponsors are either in the room or online. If you have any specific questions, they'll be available to answer them. So beginning on the account one table, and I believe Kathy Sorensen is available from Hot Springs Conservation District virtually, if you have any questions. They asked for 6 account one projects this year for a total of $191,000. And those were mostly pipeline and conveyance projects with 1 environmental and 1 spring development. And if you have any questions, Kathy should be available online.
So what page is that on, Lee, that you're at now, the small water ones? What is that page?
233.
Okay, so on page 233, is that where you're referring to 233, the little shovels?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I got caught up in the other picture, which is quite nice. Okay, so, and who did you say was online for this one?
Kathy Sorensen.
Okay, Kathy, if you're here, welcome. Thank you for participating. And any questions from the commission on the Hot Springs Conservation District? No? Okay, thank you.
I would just like to thank the commission for considering our applications. The Hot Springs Conservation District is one of the few conservation districts in the state that does not receive any mill levy money. So the small water program is very important to us.
Thank you, Kathy. We appreciate you standing by and being ready to testify. So we do appreciate your time and thank you for attending, and we appreciate that. Okay. Jody, continue on.
Thank you. Moving on down the list, we have Laramie County Conservation District. They applied for 5 account one projects this year for a total of $155,000. And that was a spring, a pipeline, 2 pipelines, a wetland, and a well. And I believe Jeff Geyer is here if you have any questions.
What great. Welcome, Jeff. Thank you for coming over. Hopefully, was it too horrible? Drive down?
Yeah, no, it's not hard. Yeah, Jeff Geyer, water specialist for Laramie County Conservation District. Madam Chair, commissioners, maybe a 2-second plug. The Laramie County Conservation District has benefited from this program for, I think, 7 years maybe, but these last few years, I got to say, we have done some pretty great things with Jody's program, your program. So thank you for that. And with that, do you have any questions on any of our projects?
Okay. Do we have any questions for Jeff?
No.
Okay, no, but Jeff, thank you for driving over. I mean, well, I'm here, obviously, wherever you live here, but I know it wasn't pretty here either today. So thank you for coming and attending and staying with us.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Jody. You continue now on to the next.
Okay, so the next district on the list is the Laramie Rivers Conservation District. They have 1 account one project this year, a pipeline and conveyance project for a total grant request of $35,000. And I believe Holly from the district is online if you have any questions.
Holly, welcome. Are you
Hello.
there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good.
Welcome, and you could just say something short to the group.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity for reviewing our application. And I'm Holly Dyer. I am the Watershed and Rangeland Resource Specialist here for the Laramie Rivers Conservation District. We have applied for a couple of small water projects in the past and just 1 application this year. And I'm happy to answer any questions regarding this application.
Great. Thank you for standing with us all this time. We appreciate that, Holly. Does anyone have any questions about the Horse Creek Ranch Stockwater Development Pipeline and Conveyance? No? Okay. Thank you. And we appreciate you applying with our projects. Go ahead, Jody.
Thank you. The next group on the list is the Lincoln Conservation District. They have 1 application for account one this year, and that is a small reservoir project for a grant of $35,000. And I believe DeMont Grandy was going to be attending virtually.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Grandy, welcome.
Welcome. My name's Dumont Grandy. I work for the Lincoln Conservation District. I'm their natural resource specialist. This is our only project this year. It's a large project. We're trying to put together a number of people to help on this rehabilitation of this reservoir. It's kind of been a reservoir that's been part of Cokeville for many years. Hopefully we can get this project underway and get some participants to help us, because it's going to be a costly endeavor. As you can see, $350,000 estimate for rehabilitation. I'll answer any questions you may have about the project.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Grundy. Any questions? Commissioner Kaylee?
Yeah, I just had a question. It shows 350,000. Did you say 35,000?
The grant from us would be 35,000. The total project cost would be 350.
So just 35,000 from us.
Correct.
Perfect.
Okay. And I know that Commissioner Vore is new, but that is the maximum amount that we can give under the small water project. So
correct.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Just one question.
Commissioner Cott?
Is what's the public benefit on this?
Well, the main public benefit is that there is a fisheries attached to this Quayle Reservoir, and it also provides a great deal of wildlife, waterfowl. It's a 10-acre pond, and migration routes come through here all the time, and they land on that reservoir to rest. And then there's quite a bit of animals. This is one of the reservoirs that stays with water year long. So animals are always watering out of it, both upland and small game animals. So there's a fair amount of public benefit. I'm still trying to get them to, and it's a controversial thought process, but to open up the reservoir for public fishing for kids and senior citizens. But there's extreme amount of liability attached to that. And the owners of the property are a little reluctant to open this up just for public fishing from anybody because of access issues. Go ahead. Sorry.
Madam Chairman, I would just like to encourage you to do that, having fished up in the Cokeville area on public access can be problematic, and if you can work that out, that would be super.
Yeah, we'd like the Wyoming Game and Fish to get more involved in it, and until they can come to agreement on who's going to handle the liability and all the insurance and do all, the ranchers don't have time to really police the project. Years ago, the American Legion took over the policing of it when they were letting people fish up there, but we're still in the process of gathering up money and still may hopefully get some bigger project. We got monies being trying to get acquired from the Wyoming Wildlife Natural Resource Trust, and we got some Ducks Unlimited money we're looking at. Game and Fish hasn't bid off on us yet, so we'll have to see what goes there.
Thank you, Mr. Grundy. Thank you, Commissioner Cott. Any further questions? No? All right. The next one is the Little Snake River Conservation District. Before you start, I just have a few questions on it so you can address as you go through. They have a ton here listed, and I know that we have been directed a little bit to make sure we're spreading the love around. And so are these different entities, are they Wyoming residents? I was just wondering who this money's going to. Are some of these like Colorado entities? Just because there are a lot, and I just kind of was curious.
Madam Chairman, that's a good question. Every year when we receive applications, we require that they provide a latitude and longitude coordinate for the specific project that we are working on. And then all of those dots get mapped, and the maps are included in the notebook that you guys have. And then in addition to just taking a look at that at a statewide level, we zoom in on a very close level to those projects if they're anywhere near the border to make sure that everything falls within the boundaries of the state of Wyoming. So none of this money will be going to fund any projects that are outside of the state. And as far as the owners of the specific project, a lot of the public benefit associated with these projects is based on the overall improvement in the health of the watershed. So we don't take a great deal of look at who owns the actual land. What we look at is it going to provide overall improvements to the health of the watershed and to the habitat and things of that nature.
Great. I appreciate it. Thanks for, first of all, answering that question. I mean, just as we go on in time, though, it will become something where, okay, I mean, we don't want us to be funding billionaires, you know, and I just have concerns. Money is limited, and at a certain point, I don't know where we would look at that, but I just do have some concerns that we use our money as we go along more. And I know you look at things with great care and always have, but I just want to take caution as we get more limited funds.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, just a comment to Jody on, and when, you know, public benefit, and the more of that there's some sort of rational connection to public access, that would be good. You know, having a pond in the middle of nowhere, and, you know, yes, it's great for wildlife and fish, but if the public can't access that, you know, you kind of scratch your head. But I know that cannot be the case in every case. So thank you.
I think it's a good point, Commissioner Carr. I think it's something we should also just keep in mind. I mean, it's not part of our criterion, is it? Or I guess it is added into a benefit public access, right, Jody?
Many of these projects are on federal land because Small Water has the authority to grant money for projects on federal land. So many of them do have public access. That is not universally the case, of course, because a lot of them are on private property. So, and as far as how that is distributed, I don't have that information in front of me, but I know Dawn Arnell, our project sponsor, is online today, and you may be able to get a better breakdown on that from her.
Okay, did you have any further? I know I sort of start off with questions versus letting you. Why don't you go ahead and say anything you'd like to say about this section, and then we'll turn to Dawn if she's online as well.
Thank you. As we were previously discussing, they have 35 account one projects this year for a total of $1,050,000, and those are largely pipeline and conveyance projects with a few wells. And my good example of how that determination is made is we tend to look at the overall purpose of the project, but in addition to that, we take a look at the largest expense of the project. So as an example, if we have two projects that are proposing to drill a well and put in a pipeline, if one of those projects is, you know, putting in a well and just a tank right next to the well, well, then the pipeline cost is basically incidental, and then it becomes a well project. As another example, if we have a well that is going to put in a 200-foot deep well and then put in 5 miles of pipeline, well, then the cost of the pipe and installing the pipeline drives the cost of the project. So then we would classify that as a pipeline project rather than a well project. So not to get too far in the weeds here, that it looks like most of their projects were classified as pipeline and conveyance for a lot of their stock watering systems in that district.
Great, thank you, Jody. And just Commissioner Vore, I did say that the max was 35,000, but it's up to 50% of the project cost. So some you'll see if it's 20,000, we can only grant 10,000. We can't grant the whole amount. So that's how that works for this one. Is Dawn available to at least say hello and give us any thoughts she has? Hello? Maybe Dawn left. Hey, Dawn. We'll give you a second.
I'm here.
Hi, Dawn. Welcome.
Hi, Madam Chairman, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. And of course, this program, as you can see, it's a largely popular program amongst our landowners. Addressing a couple of your questions, Jody's 100% right in the fact that that some of these projects are wells and then pipelines. We also have cost share on most of them with NRCS. So as far as funding billionaires, that's not happening. These projects are vetted out, as you'd say, under NRCS criteria, most of them. And then the number of projects that we have, our district now does cover a portion of Sweetwater County. So there are a handful of those projects that are in Sweetwater County as well. With that, if there's any other questions, I can help out.
Thank you. And thank you for your patience and waiting out through this, Dawn, and giving the answer about whether we're funding billionaires. I appreciate you answering our questions. We just want to use our money use the state of Wyoming's money wisely. This is not our money. Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Cott.
Madam Chairman, and I know the Sweetwater County portion was a recent annexation. What projects are in Sweetwater County?
Oh, I don't have them broke out in my list in front of me. Let me look.
That would be, that'd be something if you could email, that would be great. I mean, I don't need to dig that out.
Sure, absolutely. I can definitely do that. I have them broke out on the files, but I don't have it on my list in front of me. I'm sorry.
Okay. And the other point that I've kind of raised with Lincoln County Conservation District, the more that these projects have, and I know it's not appropriate for every project, but public access, I mean, if there's public benefit, public access, the more that's tied in, that's great. Thank you.
Great, and thank you. If you, Dawn, just send it to Jody and she can forward it to the commission.
Sure.
I would just add one thing. The recommendations included in the e-notebook have the county, and that was pulled off of the project application, which should have listed the county that the project was in. So that information should already be included in your recommendations.
Okay, then we'll actually read a little closer then. Thank you. All right, so maybe you don't have to worry. We can look it up ourselves then, Dawn. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions from the commission? Anyone else that I should be recognizing online right now? Okay. All right, so Jody, any further comment?
Not for that district. If you're ready, I'll move on to the next one.
Yep, we're ready.
Yeah,
Okay.
Devin, or is this Aaron? Well, I'm in a video deal, but I have my speak, so go ahead. I've got.
Hey, Demont, could you mute your microphone?
Sorry about that, Jody.
So the next district on the list is the Medicine Bow Conservation District. I believe Kristen Tilley is here today with us, and they have 3 Account 1 projects for a total of $95,000, and it is 1 well, 1 pipeline, and 1 spring. So if you have any questions, Kristen's here.
Great. Welcome, Kristen. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. It takes patience. Go ahead and say your name and anything else you'd like to add for the record.
I'm Kristen Tilley, Medicine Bow Conservation District. Thank you for this fund availability. We appreciate it like all the other districts.
Hey, Kristen, looks like you have 3 projects going there. Is that right? And one of them shovel already, so great for that. And spring well and pipeline. Are there any questions on the Medicine Bow Conservation District projects? Okay. Well, thank you for coming in, and we appreciate your patience and waiting so much, Kristen. Thanks. Okay, since we've looked at that one, now we'll go to the Meeteetse.
The next group in the list is the Meeteetse Conservation District. This project was recently, like in the last week, withdrawn. So that Frank's Fork East stock tank should show a strike through in your digital notebook. So as long as there's no questions on that, I don't have a lot of detail.
Oh, you don't know why they sorry, Joe, you don't know why they withdrew it?
Not in enough detail to provide a very good answer for you.
Okay. Well, it's too bad for them, but we'll move on to Paposia.
So the Paposia has 2 Account 1 projects this year for a total of $69,000, and they are both pipe and conveyance projects. So I believe Kelsey Beck was going to be attending virtually for the district today if you have any questions.
Welcome, Kelsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commission, for considering our projects. We really appreciate the support of this program and the work that you guys do. So thank you again.
Great. Thank you for your patience in waiting online to greet us. We do appreciate that. And does Are there any questions from the commission on the Chalmers Fog Pipeline or the Terry Davis Ditch Pipeline? No? Okay, thank you so much. We do appreciate it. Kelsey, thanks. Okay, the next area we have is Sheridan County, correct?
That's
Okay,
correct.
go ahead, Jude.
The Sheridan County Conservation District has 3 Account 1 projects this year for a total of $105,000. They have been classified as environmental projects with a priority 5, and I believe that either Carrie or Jackie were going to be in attendance today if you have any questions.
Okay, do we have Jackie or Carrie? Okay, I had
Oh,
Jackie. And
sorry about that. Yep, this is Jackie Turner, program specialist for the district on, and Carrie Rogacheski, the district manager, is on as well. As some of the other districts mentioned, we don't receive a mill levy, so being able to kind of tap into this funding is really helpful for us to do some projects we wouldn't be able to do otherwise. So thank you to the commission for that. And we're here if you have any questions.
Thank you, Jackie. So you have the 3 projects. You have 2 fish barriers and a creek bank stabilization. What kind of fish are you trying to, like, what kind of fish are you improving?
So it's those 2 projects are essentially trying to keep the Yellowstone cutthroat trout from essentially being able to mingle with non-native trout in the Little Bighorn River during runoff. So the barrier would be to kind of prevent that from happening.
Great. Sounds like a good project. Any questions on those? Okay, well, thank you both for coming, and we will go on to the Shoshone.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Shoshone Conservation District has 1 Account 1 project this year for a total of $35,000, and I believe they were going to be attending virtually. I think it's Elise.
Elise, welcome.
Yes, thank you. My name is Elise Rose. I'm District Manager, Shoshone Conservation District. We appreciate your consideration of our project and this program that we've been able to use the past few years to get some good work done. So thank you.
Great, and thank you also, Elise, for being patient and waiting in to greet us. We do appreciate that. Does anyone have any questions for the Shoshone project, the pipeline phase 3? Okay. Thank you, Elise. We appreciate your attendance here. And Jody, I guess we'll head on to the South Bighorn.
Yes, Madam Chairman. South Bighorn has 1 Account 1 project this year for a total of $16,500. And I believe Ashley Conan was going to be available if you had any question.
Welcome, Ashley.
Yes, I'm here. I just want to say thank you again for this opportunity, and I know our producers appreciate it as well.
Great. Thanks for that quick, concise greeting. We appreciate that. And so you're doing a small reservoir pipeline and pond?
Yes.
Okay. Great. And thank you for attending and being patient.
You're welcome.
Any questions from the commission? Okay, seeing none, we'll go on to Sublette County CD.
Yes, Madam Chairman. Sublette County has 4 Account 1 projects this year for a total of $140,000. They are all 4 wells, and I believe Mike Hinn is in the room if you have any specific questions.
Welcome, Mike. Come on up.
I'm actually Keller Hyde. I've been learning the ropes of water development in Sublette County under the direction of our district manager, Michael Henn. But yeah, just with that, from what I've learned, I've been really impressed with this program and what it's been able to do for Sublette County. It's had great impacts on the land and has a large variety of benefits. So thank you for allowing us to be here.
Okay, welcome, Keller. Glad to hear your learning of the ropes and that you came here to be with us. We do appreciate that. It takes time, so we appreciate that. Are any questions for Keller? Okay, so you just have some stock tank wells, and so where are your projects? Are they located at Pinedale, or where are they at?
Yeah, they're kind of all over the county. Some are south towards Farson, some are around Big Piney, and just, yeah, kind of all over. So
Great, big county. All right, thank you so much, and we appreciate it. How was your drive in?
It was okay. We made it yesterday, made it about 4:30, so we were safe.
Good. Okay, be careful driving back.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, and Teton is the next one we have, the Astoria Wetland Development Environmental Project.
Yes, Madam Chairman, they have one project for $13,250, and I believe Rob Segroy is online if you have any questions.
Robert, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Great, welcome.
Madam
here.
Chair, Commission, staff, thank you so much for the opportunity to apply for a SWIP grant. We've been able to accomplish some effective projects with public benefit and natural resource benefit through your program, and appreciate that. And thank you for consideration of this grant.
Great. Well, thank you for your patience on being online, Robert. Any questions regarding this one? Okay. Thank you again for attending. We do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Jody, we turn it back over to you.
Okay, Madam Chairman, thank you. So that takes the new 2025 request total to $1,939,750 with a remainder in the account after these appropriation or after these grants to be $374,734.40. And then caution anybody, this number sort of changes daily because as I get pay requests in my inbox, there's oftentimes reversions from those projects as they get closed out. So today, at least, that number represents the money that will be remaining. That number should go up from this point forward as we close out projects.
Okay, thank you, Jody. Does that include the decrease for the one that we struck, the Franks Fork?
Yes.
Okay, I was just curious, about 379,000, somewhere around there left.
Oh, I apologize. Maybe I didn't get my version of the spreadsheet updated. Jason said there's an updated version on the online spreadsheet.
Right, we show 409,734 on ours, but maybe that was because of the reversion of the Franks Fork.
It is, yes. The numbers in the notebook have been updated. Apparently my paper copy is not as current as your digital copy.
I know how that goes. So I understand that trick, but great. Well, no, thanks for that. It's a lot of work that you put into this. And I know that these small water grants, they have a lot of impact. So thanks for all the work you do. You've done a great job for all these years. And she's one of the stars. Well, they're all stars, actually. Jason's lucky to have a great group of people working with him. And we're lucky to have all of them too. So great, thank you. Any further questions then for Jody before we let her? Is there something else you need to add? Oh,
we have account 2.
Going on. That's right, we have number 2.
Oh, sorry. Can we get an approval on account 1 first?
Yes, we don't want to take them as a block. No.
If you'd like, that's fine.
Let's go ahead and take them as a block. I don't think there's anything controversial. Go ahead on.
Okay. Account 2 starts on page 315. And this table's going to look a little bit different, so I'll give a slightly different update at the start of account 2. We did not have enough money to fund all of the account 2 projects this year. So we are going to be making recommendations to you for funding based on the priority system as outlined in the criteria in the guidance document. So if you look at the page in your e-notebook, you'll see some of those are yellow. Those yellow ones are do not fund, either because they are a priority 5 project and we didn't have enough money to fund all of the priority 5 projects, with the understanding that those priority 5 projects are good projects and they can come back next year. We recommend all the sponsors that they don't let this time go to waste, that they put the time this year into getting the project shovel ready, and then they come back next year shovel ready, and that can give them an opportunity for a number 1 priority. So the projects were good projects. The priority 5s, we just didn't have the money to fund them all. And then there was a couple that we are recommending do not fund on the merits. And one of those was for the Hot Springs Conservation District. That was an on-farm pipeline. We don't fund pipelines to center pivots, and so that one was not eligible. And the next one was for sublet, sled runner reservoir repair. And of course, they can give you more details if you want. They're here in the room. But that is an existing facility which they are switching use from livestock water to fish propagation. And as a part of that correction of the permit with the state engineer's office. The state engineer's office safety of dam folks noticed that there was a problem in a discrepancy between the size of the reservoir and its as constructed capacity. So the project request was to reduce the size of the reservoir, which doesn't really fit within the projects and the program of the small water program as we have it outlined. So we put a do not fund recommendation on that one as well. But that's sort of all of the unique things. I can start at the top if that's your wish.
I think if you just go through a quick run through and then make sure we have a good proposed motion for, since I didn't do it, since I said to do it together, I hope it doesn't make it confusing due to that.
Okay, so the first project is the Clear Creek, or the first district is the Clear Creek Conservation District. They have two projects for a total of $49,000. And I believe Zach was here in the room today if you have any questions.
Welcome, Zach.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commission, and staff. I appreciate your time and giving me the opportunity to sit and answer any questions about our proposed projects.
Anyone have any questions on this proposed project? Okay, it does have a do fund recommendation, and so we do appreciate your coming and spending time here with us. Thank you so much, Zach.
Absolutely.
And we have at the end, we'll let you know, but thank you.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead, Jody.
Okay, so the next group on our list is the Hot Springs Conservation District. We are recommending two projects for a total of $70,000. It was one pipe and conveyance project and a spring project. And Kathy is online if you have any questions.
Okay, is this Kathy Sorensen?
Yes.
It is. Once again, I would like to thank the commission for considering our applications.
Great. Thank you so much, Kathy. We appreciate your attendance at our meeting. Any questions, anyone? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead, Jody. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The next group is the Laramie County Conservation District. They had one rehabilitation project this year. It's a pipe and conveyance project for a total grant of $35,000, and I believe they're here if you have any questions. Oh, my apologies. It appears that they have stepped out of the room, but if you have any questions, I can take a swing at it.
Okay, well, we do appreciate them coming. Even if they had to step out momentarily, it's not an issue, but okay, we'll go on to the next project.
Okay, the next group on the list is the Little Snake River Conservation District. They had 8 Account 2 projects this year for a total request of $185,000. And one of their projects got caught in the Priority 5 limitations this year. So I believe Dawn's online if you have any questions.
Welcome back, Dawn.
Yeah, if you have any questions, just let me know.
Great. Thank you, Dawn. We appreciate your patience.
Thank you.
All right. Going on, Jody.
Okay, the next block on the list is the Medicine Bow Conservation District. And they had one Account 2 project this year, and unfortunately that one got caught in the Priority 5 cutbacks. But they are here in the room if you have any questions.
Okay. That's you, right, Kristen? Okay, so unfortunately that one is a do not fund recommendation. So is there anything you would like to add to that at all, Kristen, or you're? Okay, well, we do appreciate you coming, and we're sorry that some things get caught up in the lack of funds or the priorities. So sorry about that. Okay, thanks, Jody. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, the next group on the list is the Meeteetse Conservation District. They had 12 Account 2 projects this year for a total of $420,000. And I believe they were going to be attending virtually. I don't know if they're in the waiting area. They are. Okay.
Okay.
All right, this is Stephen Cornell. I'm the manager at the Meeteetse Conservation District. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Stefan, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. Does anyone have any questions for Stefan? Okay, not at this time, but thank you so much. Appreciate you joining us. Okay, Jody, go ahead.
The next group of projects on the list is for the Paposia Conservation District. They have 3 Account 2 projects this year, and they're all 3 irrigation projects for a total of $105,000. And they are attending, Kelsey is attending virtually if you have any questions.
Kelsey, welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commission. And again, thank you for your consideration of these applications.
Great. Thank you so much. We do appreciate your time. Okay. Barring any questions, go ahead, Jody.
Okay, thank you. The next group on the list is the Saratoga Encampment Rollins Conservation District. They have 1 Account 2 project this year for a total grant request of $35,000. And I think Joe Parsons is available virtually if there's any questions.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I really appreciate Commission taking an interest in this project. As you can see, it's a fairly extensive project, and I'd just like to point out to the Commission that this project specifically has a lot of federal funding that has a match requirement, and so your state dollars are being matched and leveraged pretty significant with this project, and really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you going out and getting other funding, and we know it takes work, so thanks for doing that too. It's something we look for more and more, so thank you for that. Any questions? All right, thank you. Joe, we appreciate your attending. Go ahead, Jody.
And the next group on the list is the Sheridan County Conservation District. They had 1 Account 2 project this year for a total grant request of $35,000. And Carrie and Jackie are available online if you have any questions.
Welcome back, Carrie and Jackie.
Thank you. Yep, we're still here. If you have any questions, thanks again for your consideration and your support.
And this is for the Hanover Ditch. So thank you for putting into our small waters, and thanks for staying online with us. Go ahead, Jody.
Okay. And the last group on the list for Account 2 this year is the Sublette County Conservation District. We are recommending 2 projects for a total of $70,000, and they're here if you have any questions.
Hi, welcome back.
Thank you.
It's Keller Hyde.
Yes.
Okay, Keller, welcome back. Thank you for attending. And so 2 are do not fund, unfortunately, right? Or 3, I guess.
Yes, I believe 3. And the sled runner reservoir, that definitely makes sense as far as the criteria. And the 2 ditch rehabs, they were kind of spearheaded by the Wyoming Department of Game and Fish. And so the reason why they were so low in priorities, we didn't get all the paperwork in, just such as designs and permits. So that was unfortunate because they're really great projects that hopefully eventually we can get funded. And if it just so happens that you have the funds, and we encourage you to look at those. So.
Great. Well, thank you, Keller. And so hopefully maybe if they come back and are more shovel ready, we can hopefully help them out. Jody?
Yeah, absolutely. We didn't have any issue with the applications themselves. We just didn't have enough money to fund them this year. So in conversations with the district, I told them that they're good projects, and we certainly encourage them to come back, and shovel ready is a great way to do that. But it's not a problem with the projects. If maybe next year we can afford the priority 5s.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you for traveling all the way again, Keller. Appreciate it. Okay, that gets us through all of them, correct? And so I can have you summarize, and then we will just, I'll give what I think could be a motion for it, and then and the director, you can correct me. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. So that gives us a total available of $1,012,767,000, with a new request at just over $1 million at $1,004,000, with a remainder in Account 2 of $8,767.
Great. So I don't have much left. So that's where we get down to not being able to fund it. So essentially what we're looking at is we're looking at the Account 1 and Account 2 projects for the Small Water Project Program. And we would just ask for a recommendation to approve a recommendation that would say we would approve what the office has recommended. So that would be to deny or fund based on your recommendation, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So for the Account 1 and Account 2, Do I have a motion for someone? Okay, Clinton. Commissioner Flick, sorry.
Okay, I'd like to make the motion that we approve all of the, small water project programs under account 1 and account 2, following the recommendations, from the Wyoming Water Development Office.
Great, that's perfect. Seconded by Commissioner Pence, motion by Commissioner Glick. And does anyone have any questions or comments on it? Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Pence.
I really love these small water projects and the way you distribute them. I wish we had more money. They're very, very good projects, and I appreciate your efforts on this.
Thank you.
Yes, again, thank you, Jody. So we have a motion and a second, and any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, that motion is carried. Thank you, Jody, for all your time and effort. And thanks for all the people. There were a lot of you online, people that came here in person. We do appreciate your time of you sitting here with us. So thanks again so much. Hey, Director.
Madam Chair, I would ask if you want to break for 5 minutes, grab a piece of pizza, and then we can continue since it's sitting back there getting cold.
I don't want it to sit back there and get cold. I know it was a little long, sorry. Okay, everyone, why don't we take a little break, grab some pizza, pick your favorites, and then we'll just resume real quickly so we can get some of you out of here. Welcome back, Director, and welcome back, everyone. We're going to go ahead and resume our meeting. The next item on our agenda is the 2025 construction project agreements from account 1, correct?
Madam Chair, I believe that's correct. Just let me get signed back into my computer here.
Okay, and so but for our people, we're on page 379 of the e-notebook. Well, maybe it goes up a page, but 378, 379 begins the first one. And okay. And it also is reflected on our chart right here that we have, the big chart. So looks like we'll start. Go ahead, Director.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I'm pretty much explaining this. These are all the construction agreements that came out of the Omnibus Water Construction Bill that just came out of the 2025 legislative session. And we talked about all these back in November. So let's see. So under item number 13 on the agenda, that's, if you look down, we're now under the small water program on our summary sheet, down on the construction project agreement. So we've got the 3 municipal level 3, of course, construction out of account 1. And if we want to take these as a block, being this is one agenda item, I'm not sure how you want to do that, Madam Chair, if you want to keep to agenda items or not.
Okay, that's fine. We can do it for this agenda item. That's great.
Be happy to answer any questions, but again, you guys have all seen these before. It's just effectuating the agreements now.
All right. So essentially, we are on item
13.
And so we would just look for a motion to approve the 2025 construction project agreements from account 1. Commissioner Kopp? Great. And is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second from Commissioner Pence. A motion by Commissioner Cott. Any discussion of these? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Okay, those have passed. Thank you,
Okay.
Director. We'll go on to item 14.
Okay, the next item then is our account 2, level 3 construction agreements. This starts on page 412. We have 12 projects. Would ask for your favorable consideration.
Okay, thank you, Director. So this would be to approve the 2025 construction project agreements from account 2 as presented. Do I have a motion? So move from, was it Kaylee? Okay, Kaylee, and second was Commissioner Glick. Any discussion of these projects? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, that motion is passed. Thank you, Director. On to item number 15.
Yep, 15. And this starts on page 539. These are all the amendments we discussed back in November, again in December. They relate to all 3 accounts, accounts 1, 2, and 3. So we've got 8 time-only extensions. We've got 4 that are time and funds. We've got 1, I believe it's South End, that we had pre-construction funding before. They're now ready for the construction funding. And then the LaPrelle, $60 million from LISRA, and the Goshen Irrigation District tunnels, $20 million from LISRA. So with that, ask if you have any questions. Otherwise, your favorable consideration.
Great. So these are projects that we have reviewed. These are the level 3 projects, amendments under account 1, 2, and 3. Correct, Director?
That's correct.
Okay. So it starts on page 540 essentially. And so I would look for, unless there's any discussion, I would look for a motion to approve this.
Make a motion.
Commissioner Choma?
Make a motion to approve the construction project amendments for count 1, 2, and 3.
Great, thank you, Choma. Commissioner Glick is a second. Thank you, Commissioner Choma and Commissioner Glick. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. All right, the motion is passed. Thank you. And now we're on to item 16, construction project closeout memos. And we have the pleasure of welcoming Bill Brewer.
Chairman, Commission, Bill Brewer, Deputy Director of Construction. We have 5 construction closeout memos to go through. I'll go through them briefly or not at all if you choose to not at all review them. But if you're fine going through them briefly, I will.
Why don't you run through them real briefly? Thank you.
Sure. Okay, the first project where construction is closing out is the Dry Creek Irrigation District Pipeline Replacement Project. This replaced 2 laterals L0 and L0A. And it's the 4th phase of this project that's been going on for a few years, replacing some steel piping that was installed in the 70s. The project appropriation was a total of 1.85 million. And that worked out to a grant of a little over 1.2 million and a loan of a little over 600,000. And then the sponsor through other funding also came up with a little over 260,000 for a total project budget of a little over $2.1 million from account 2 for replacement projects. The engineer on this project was Sunrise Engineering. The construction contractor for this project was Rain for Rent. They came in, on this project, we received 4 bids. The bids ranged from about $1.5 to $3 million. The winning bid of 1.5 was under the engineer's estimate. We've been seeing a lot more of these pipeline projects coming in reasonable bids recently with much more contractors. So I'm hoping to continue that phase of actually getting projects in with reasonable prices. And then miscellaneous costs, we had about $7,000 in miscellaneous costs, and that was for advertising, a steel beam they needed to help support the pipeline over Salt Creek. And I believe that was the only miscellaneous expenses. So in the end, the total project came in at $1,775,000 and roughly $500. Water development share was a little over 1.5 million. And we will be reverting $335,490.78 to account 2. And this project is closed out and accepted. Okay.
Great. Thanks. Good to hear the prices are getting a little better.
Getting there.
Go ahead with Goshen.
So next project is Goshen Irrigation District Check Structure 2018 project. And this was the demolition and removal of an existing check structure and the installation of a new check structure and appurtenances necessary to get that done. The project appropriation was a little over $468,000. The final project came in just slightly over the original budget, and that's why you'll see that our funding ended up at 66.8%, is because the district kicked in the extra amount to finish the project, which was a little over $2,300 extra that they kicked in to finish the project. Anderson Consulting Engineering was the engineer on this project. Paul Reed Construction did the construction. Again, we received 4 bids in the range of $460,000 to about $960,000. And again, that was the low awarded bidder was below engineer's estimate on this. Miscellaneous costs on this was about $22,000. And that was advertising, the electrical work brought in because we pay the local electric utility to bring power in. And then there was an automated gate and check structure, or a part of the automated check that was subbed out separately from the construction contractor. So the final project cost was just over $701,000. And water development funding was used in whole. So we used all $168,330. And then, like I said, the district kicked in their 33% plus an additional $2,300 to complete the project. So we were slightly over budget on this one, but only $2,300 on a $700,000 project. So getting better, as I said. So the next project is the Shoshone Irrigation District Rehab 2019 project. This was replacing deteriorated structures, which specifically was drop structures number 28 and 29 on the Garland Canal, and some replacement of open ditches, which were lateral 16U and lateral BOV1. We replaced about 4,670 lineal feet of open canal on this project, as well as the 2 drop structures. This was a materials only project, so the appropriation was $282,000 for materials. And in this case, the sponsor is responsible for all the project labor, equipment, engineering, all the other costs other than the actual invoice materials they pay for. The engineer was Sage Civil Engineering, and that's part of a open-ended contract with the sponsor. And as I said, the sponsor paid all those fees. Waterworks Irrigation was the main company that supplied the materials, which is the pipeline the pipeline. Engineer's estimate on this one was 204,000, basically 205,000. We did only receive 1 bid. However, it was about 35,000 under the engineer's estimate. Miscellaneous costs were about 25,000, and that was primarily related to concrete and rebar. Essentially, most of these small districts, there is 1 concrete supplier in the area, so they don't really get a bid. They get charged whatever the load price is that day. So you'll see that on the next couple of these. That concrete is usually we don't bid out because there is only 1 supplier in the area that we have. So final project cost on the materials came out to 290 or 195,000, about basically $196,000 for the materials overall, and we will be reverting a little over $86,000 to account 2. Okay, Shoshone second project, the Shoshone Irrigation District Improvements 2021 project. This was the replacement of transite pipe on lateral 12F, and has also replaced drop structures 30 and 31 on the Garland Canal again. Again, this was a materials only project. The appropriation was $329,000. And again, the sponsor is responsible for labor, equipment, engineering, etc. Sage Civil Engineering was again the engineer for this project. Waterworks Irrigation was again the sole bidder for supplying the materials. This one came in slightly over the engineer's estimate on those pipeline materials. However, we had very little concrete on this project, so concrete on this project is about $3,600. So in the end, total materials came out to a little over $213,000, and we will be reverting just about $116,000 to account 2 on this project. So, and then the last project of the day is the Sidon Irrigation District Rehabilitation 2021 project for Sidon Irrigation District. This replaced slide gates on the Shoshone River and Bitter Creek diversion structures. Also installed some measuring devices and replaced some aging gates and updated automated spill on 2 spills for the project. Again, this was a materials only project. The project appropriation was $576,000. Again, the sponsor is responsible for labor, equipment, and engineering. Prior Mountain Engineering was the engineer for the project, covered by the sponsor. Rubicon was the sole bidder for the materials. However, they were about $40,000 under the engineer's estimate for the materials. This one had quite a bit of concrete and rebar. Also had some fabricated parts that they had a local company fabricate for them to install kind of a specialty little piece of material. So that all that work came out to about $105,000. So total project ended up around $459,000, and we'll be reverting about $117,000 to account 2. So overall, pretty good 5 projects. And as I said, on a lot of these irrigation projects, we're starting to see some reasonable prices again. And at least on contracted materials, we're seeing multiple bidders. For suppliers, still not too many suppliers in the area, so we get what we get on suppliers. But for contractors, we're doing a lot better and seeing much better prices. So I'd stand for any questions we have.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Brewer. That was excellent summary. We appreciate it. And do we have any questions on these closeout memos? On most of them, we got money reverted, not everyone, but that's great. And so seeing none, I would look for, do we have to approve it or not? No, I didn't think so.
Yep.
Okay, so thank you for your information. We do appreciate that. And then the next thing is we'll go to item number 17, other items requiring commission action.
Madam
Director?
Chair, I'm not aware of any. We just use this as a placeholder in case something comes up. So we can move on to discussion.
Okay, and that is high savory grazing.
Yep. And I'd like to invite up Cindy Hernandez, project manager in our Dam and Reservoir Division, and then also our folks, friends from Department of Ag, Justin Williams and Chris Wickman, if you guys wanted to just come up now.
Welcome.
Hello.
Okay, Justin. Hey.
Madam Chair,
Greetings.
Commissioners, my name is Cindy Hernandez. I am the project manager for the Dams and Reservoirs Division. I'm going to be giving a quick summary of our office efforts into looking at the grazing of the lands near High Savory. And then I'm going to be handing it over to Justin Williams and Chris Wickman of the Department of Agriculture. We also have Brad Askew and John Shogren of the Bureau of Land Management virtually attending.
Great, thank you. Go ahead and lead us through it, Cindy. We appreciate it. Welcome.
In late of 2023, our office was notified that they were landowners that were interested in grazing lands that are owned by the Wyoming Water Development Commission. Our office is specifically looking at land surrounding immediately adjacent to the High Savory Dam. And if you can see at the screen, we have an aerial photograph of High Savory Dam. We're looking at the lands that are immediately north of the dam, east and south, and that would include the upland mitigation area. That is outlined in purple, and it's the 500 acres. That's the upland mitigation area. And in total, we're looking at approximately 2,300 acres to potentially graze. As a quick reminder, in building High Savory Dam, there was a 404 permit required, and this in part was part of mitigation for environmental impacts to create and protect upland, wetlands, and riparian area. Our office is not looking into grazing the riparian and the wetlands area at the moment. Part of the 404 permit, there are special conditions that our office needs to meet, and in those conditions, there is provisions for grazing. So I'm going to be quoting directly from the 404 permit, where it says that grazing will only be permitted if it can be shown beneficial to the upland habitat and is permitted by the Corps of Engineers and with the concurrence of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Our office reached out to the Department of Agriculture to assist with preparing a grazing management plan and to provide advice on how to balance the request to graze lands versus protecting the permit conditions to be in compliance with the 404 permit. In October of 2024, our office scheduled a site visit, and that was attended by members of the Department of Agriculture, Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Corps of Engineers, and Little Snake River Conservation District. We visited various locations throughout or surrounding High Savory Dam. And specifically for the upland mitigation area, we looked at 3 former monitoring location points where we were able to compare 2003 and 2006 photographs and compare them to existing conditions of the upland mitigation area. And this really helped for our team to visualize how delicate we have to be approaching the grazing management plan that we need to prepare for the U.S. Corps of Engineers. The Department of Agriculture provided 2 grazing management plan options. The first one was the state lands model, and the second was the Grizzly Daily model. We looked at examples, pros and cons for both models, and we revisited the permit 404 language for grazing. And our office decided that the Grizzly Daily model would be the best fit for the 404 permit because it discusses and works closely with conservation criteria based. So the last thing that I would like to mention is that in February of this year, there was a meeting that was held in February, and it was attended by members of our office, Department of Agriculture, Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Corps of Engineers, Game and Fish, and Little Snake River Conservation District. In this meeting, we discussed how we're going to be moving forward with the grizzly. And the Little Snake Conservation District will be applying for a rangeland health assessment program. And that grant will help in hiring a consultant to establish a baseline data and inventory of the high savory lands. So with that, I will hand it over to Justin Williams and Chris Wickman, who are the grazing experts, and they can go more in depth in some of the rangeland health assessments and the project, the grazing management program.
While Justin and Chris are getting set up with the microphone there, does everybody remember this conversation starting? It's been a little over a year ago. Senator Hicks obviously brought it to us as being the manager of the conservation district down there and received the request from those adjacent landowners. So I just want to make sure everybody's clear on why we're talking about this again. Okay.
Great, thanks, Director, and welcome to Justin and Chris. Welcome here.
Thanks so much, Madam Chair. Justin Williams. I'm a policy analyst with the Wyoming Department of Ag and the Natural Resources and Policy Division. I primarily cover BLM, Forest Service, representing public land grazing interests, and cover the Rollins Field Office, which this is kind of located in. And then I'll let Chris introduce himself before we move into our topic.
Sure. My name is Chris Wickman. I'm the manager of the Natural Resources and Policy Division with the Department of Ag. We've done similar activities for the Defense Department for Wyoming Defense to look at their Camp Guernsey grazing management that they had up there several years ago. So we're familiar with these type of activities.
Great, welcome.
Thanks so much. So real quick, is Dawn Arnell still on?
She is not.
Okay, we just wanted to double check in case there was a question about the RHAP. So like Cindy had mentioned, that we were brought in about a year ago into this process, and what we had tried to do is to offer our expertise related to public land grazing. Chris had mentioned the project in the Guernsey area where we had helped to identify a new process or mechanism in order to incorporate grazing. They also had their own different purposes. In that case, much of it was related to fire mitigation. And in this case, related to the 404 permit is we're looking at providing an opportunity to graze, but with the intent of providing conservation, whether that be for the vegetation purposes and ensuring that the grazing supports the vegetation and keeps it within an ecological site, or to provide habitat for wildlife and ensure that there isn't any further damage. There has been obviously historic grazing. It hasn't grazed for over 20 years. And so where we're at now is to look at the opportunities, look at the landscape. Cindy had mentioned that there's primarily a focus to utilize grazing on the uplands. And so where we're at is to determine how we would move forward. So as was mentioned related to the Grizzly Daily allotment management plan, is we did provide a pros and cons list, and the process that they have already in place is kind of where we came in. And I think that by incorporating the BLM's process, we can defer to them as well related to any specific questions. But what we do is say, look at how they utilize the Grizzly Daily allotments with temporary grazing. It is focused on conservation. In that case, primarily there is a wildlife focus. And so what they did is provided us with some of the structure, and they have an application process that's already in place. They have a conservation list of different resource benefits of public land grazing, and then also the structure for an MOU, and then a process related to the committee that would select the permittee. And so what we did is provide that, and like they had mentioned, is that structure, given that it's already in place, we think is an opportunity for us to work with the BLM to provide the nuances of the high savory grazing area, And then, of course, look at where we start with developing baseline data and ensuring that the grazing does fall in support of the 404 permit and to incorporate the Rangeland Health Assessment Grant Program. And I'll let Chris kind of talk a little bit more about that and then open it up for any questions that you guys have related to our role or what we would like to see kind of moving forward and direction from you guys.
Madam Chair, I'll touch base a little bit about our Rangeland Health Assessment Grant Program. So RHAP is what we call it with the department. It was initiated in 2010. Since 2010, we've monitored over 9 million acres in the state across federal state lands on areas that previously didn't have any monitoring data, to have them develop a monitoring plan, gather the credible data, and then use that data to help with either NEPA, permit renewals, those kind of activities. So our grant program is really to get collaboration with our key partners to gather credible data that can be used in developing monitoring plans or to identify future grazing management on the ground going forward. So that's kind of our Rangeland Health Assessment Program, the intent of it. The tool for this would be really good as an opportunity here. As you can see on that land ownership there, a lot of that yellow is BLM lands. When Justin's talking about doing the Grizzly Daily model, that's state lands, game and fish lands with BLM. And so we have the same issue here in a way. BLM has permittees that are leasing all those lands adjacent to it. And by allowing BLM to kind of manage those lands, they could take over the grazing management for this area too. But back to the Rangeland Health Assessment, they mentioned that we met in October on a site visit. When we looked at those sites from 2003, 2016 on photo points and then standing there at those sites, you can see an actual start of degradation of the sagebrush for the most part. This is in sagebrush or sage-grouse core area, I believe, too. So we're starting to lose some of the sagebrush in these areas just for maybe non-use, could be drought, could be a lot of things. But that's where the Rangeland program could help, is gathering baseline data to see where we're at today and then into the future, either with grazing as a tool or as conservation needs in the future, what this land will be doing overall. So Little Snake River Conservation District did apply for our RHAP program. Application closures ended in March 7th. Our Board of Agriculture will be making decisions on those projects in around April 14th, I believe. So it fits the timeline a little bit, but regardless of what happens and what, decisions you guys make going forward, the baseline information is really key for anything. You have photo points looking at the same areas, but the baseline will help direct any kind of future management, and it will tell you where you're at currently. So I think it's a great tool to use. But that's kind of what the RHAP program would be in this instance.
Madam Chair, I'd like to just express my appreciation to the Department of Ag and all their help. We are not grazing experts by any means, and so them helping us out has been huge. This is kind of a balance, obviously, between protecting what we need to protect with our 404 permits to keep the dam viable, which benefit many lands downstream, with the desire to graze again what has historically been grazed. And obviously there's a resource out there, so that makes some sense as well. So I feel good about, the Grizzly model and what they've provided to us. And then with the RHAP on top of that, with the baseline information, the ability to monitor. And really it's, from what I've learned, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's kind of a collaborative process where the Water Development Commission office on your behalf is not out on an island trying to understand, hey, are they grazing this correctly? And maybe to back up a step, I think a grazing plan comes out of the RHAP, what we're trying to accomplish, and that is benefiting the resource. It's not necessarily focused on grazing as a tool to then benefit the resource. And Obviously, then taking that to the Corps of Engineers because they won't sign off on this, which they need to, along with Game and Fish, until we have that in place. So, and I think there's some potential benefits to this as well. So I mentioned it's more or less an RFP is put together with this grazing management plan, and then come one, come all adjacent grazers or others that want to try to meet these expectations of the RFP, and then they give us proposals on how they're going to do that. Part of that would be the maintenance of fences, which currently our dam tender takes care of, and that's a lot of work every spring because this area is closed during winter because of the snowpack that comes in there, and so it pretty much destroys the fences every year. So that's a lot of work. So I think it's a win-win, but we wanted to bring this back to you guys. Obviously, ultimately, it's your decision whether or not we move forward. At this point, we're moving forward kind of in steps to understand, is the Corps of Engineers and Game and Fish going to sign off on this? But then it ultimately be a decision. Do we want to graze this land? Do we want to leave it as is? As Chris mentioned, you know, it's getting to a point where we might see that balance start tipping in the wrong direction. So maybe there's some benefits to this grazing as well. So that I'd ask if there's any questions, need more information, or keep moving as we are moving currently. And I would say one more thing. Sorry, I keep rambling. The RHAP and the application by the Conservation District, they've asked numerous partners to sign on to that, Water Development Office being one of them, administering the High Savory project on your behalf. So we have signed on to that. There's no monetary obligation to that. It's just simply our participation and potential allowance of grazing on that once the information's put together.
Okay, thank you, Director Mead. So, but do we have other areas, I guess is one question I have, and I think Commissioner Craig has a question, that we're thinking of doing the grazing on, and do we get paid a standard fee for allowing grazing on these lands, or who does the money go to?
So, Madam Chair, currently when we built the reservoir, or prior to that, we acquired a state lands grazing lease that had been in existence for a long time, and I think there was a connection to the BLM Mexican Meadows allotment as well. But then as part of that, if you see the red line on the south, you know, it's pretty much horizontal, then it kind of jags at a diagonal over there on the west end through the state lands. Blue is state lands. So everything south of that line, that is still currently grazed through a sublease through state lands. So we have a lessee there. And then everything north of that line, so really I'm looking at the dam is at the far west end of the reservoir. And below that, everything is fenced off. Originally, that was part of that state lands grazing lease, but that's the riparian, well, I shouldn't say riparian area. That's the stream channel that runs down below the dam, and that's where all of our wetland, or the vast majority of our wetland mitigation was created and constructed as part of the mitigation for the dam. So we really do not want to get in there and start grazing that just because of the sensitive nature of that. It's doing great. If we have an outbreak of thistle or something like that, obviously our dam tender is out spraying that stuff and keeping up on that the best you can. But then, you know, at some point in the future, maybe there's a use, or, you know, grazing could be a tool. Then the other area would be further downstream. It's roughly 25 miles or 30 miles stream length is the McMillan property. And that was our riparian mitigation area. If you recall, when Senator Hicks was here, he started talking about potentially a conservation easement, put a conservation easement on that and then sell the property. Not necessarily opposed to that, but we're just kind of taking this in baby steps, and let's take maybe the low hanging fruit first. And that being the upland area, which is surrounding the reservoir, but obviously not getting down onto the dam because we wouldn't want cattle on the dam creating paths, and then surface runoff collects and it can potentially have some issues. So.
Commissioner Craig?
A couple things. Did I hear acres of approximately 2,300 acres? Is that the number I heard? Surrounding the reservoir?
Yes, so you see the lands that are north of the dam.
Mm-hmm.
That is, and to the east, that's about 1,877. And for the upland, it's about 500. So I just kind of added up, subtracted a couple, approximately 2,300.
Okay. the area that's not being grazed currently, is that the area completely outlined in red? Then, and is that fenced, completely fenced off right now?
Madam Chair, you are correct. That is not currently being grazed, and yes, it is fenced off.
So if there were grazing to occur, would there, I'm thinking about riparian and how we define that. Is the shoreline of the reservoir itself at all considered riparian?
Mr. Chairman, in regards to the 404 permit, it was not considered a part of the mitigation area or the riparian mitigation. There were some cottonwoods and other shrub type vegetation that was inundated as part of the dam. And when the reservoir was built, it was permitted. There was a cottonwood gallery. Again, that 30 miles south of the dam or downstream of the dam was acquired, and that was fenced out as mitigation for that
Well,
impact.
And the reason I even bring that up, I was thinking ahead, I'm very much in favor of managing the resource and using grazing as a tool to do that. That's my personal feeling. But I also think there can be some degradation to shorelines from livestock overuse especially. And they, believe me, I've owned cows. I know how cattle can concentrate and cause issues, but you know, fencing can help with that. And that may be something that has to be considered. And so that's the reason I brought that up. Would there need to be fencing around the shoreline, or is that maybe in the grazing plans that they're working on, that's already part of that?
Mr. Chair or Madam Chair, Commissioner Craig, there's not proposed fencing around the shoreline. And that's something I've brought up because I would say in the last 5 years, there have been a few years that we've had issues with blue-green algae. And I don't want to exacerbate that. If, you know, nutrients is a cause of that, I don't know for sure. So I think that's something we need to pay attention to. I'm sure there'll be further discussion about that before the Corps of Engineers were to sign off. And then I think as part of the future monitoring, that would continue to be looked at. But to fence the entire water line would be cost prohibitive. As we mentioned when this first got brought to us, grazing is not a get rich, scheme, right? And we have got a kind of a mission with High Savory Reservoir, so that I don't think the commission should be putting a lot of funds into this. And so if it was, there are some, when we were out there in October, Senator Hicks actually mentioned there being a potential small water project for a stock pond in this area. And when we started talking about where fences were, he mentioned possibly moving that to where it would be better located and potentially address some of the, I guess, desire of cattle to move towards the reservoir for livestock water instead of maybe towards that small water stock pond. So definitely I appreciate that comment because that's one of our concerns as well.
And then I guess the other thing was, as far as any income that might be derived from that in the future, would that come to the commission?
Madam Chair, that would go into, in my opinion, the High Savory account, just to go back into the operation and maintenance of High Savory for its life. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Commissioner Vore?
Excuse me, what do you perceive the season of use being? And is this a season-long grazing management plan?
Sure. Commissioner Ward. So I think that the goal would be to look at the current vegetation, identify where it stands within the ecological site, could move vegetation towards, you could potentially utilize different points in the season. It wouldn't be probably for a long period of time. Of course, the number of acres isn't large. So I think that based off of, again, BLM is on the call as well, so that what we would do is look for potentially a neighboring permittee and work the High Savory grazing area into an existing grazing plan. It could be based on how they think they could manage the land and then integrate that in conjunction with their BLM permit. And so potentially you could do, if you wanted to start in the area, maybe in the spring 1 year, you could potentially rotate that. That also would benefit the sage grouse, given it's a core area for nesting, brooding, or other habitat. So there's opportunities to really look at when is the best time to graze and then to identify how you could, if it's just a matter of opening a gate from a BLM permit, dumping cattle in, and watching the current conditions based on annual indicators, you could utilize that. And then again, it's going to have trend data that's affiliated with the RHAP grant. And the BLM would continue to incorporate those line point intercept transects or half for the sage grouse for that matter. Those would be able to be reread and look for that trend as they continue to do the grazing management and watch and see what the results are. And again, when you have annual indicators, it's going to be something that you can modify without any kind of long-term damage because they'll be able to just continue to dial.
And Madam Chair, Commissioner, to go on that, you know, there's a lot of snow up there, so there wouldn't be probably early season grazing, definitely not year-long, season-long grazing. From what we looked at just initially without getting into any data, we were thinking it'd be used just probably in the fall season. That'll be up to the BLM and the data. And then maybe only once every couple of years, once every 5 years, once every couple of years, just to help knock down some of the veg, those type of things, help regen. So we wouldn't be looking at season long. We wouldn't probably be looking at a lot of early grazing, and it wouldn't be consistent every year, same grazing schedule year to year. So it'll be, because this is not a traditional grazing lease. This is actually a conservation lease with grazing as a tool. And that's how it's probably the best way to phrase it is we're going to try to meet the core permits requirements through conservation and then grazing as a tool to help maintain or improve the rangelands there.
Thank you, Chris. One follow-up.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair. Do you perceive challenges in getting a cooperative grazer that will be able to flex the stocking rates or the season of use or the not being able to graze it annually?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, from the discussion with the BLM when we're out in the field, they have folks wanting to graze this now. So I don't think that would be an issue, and they're familiar with the BLM's requirements on and offs, those type of things that'll go into it. So I don't see an issue of having, we have adjacent leasees or permittees out there right now. I think those folks are ready to utilize this and whatever requirements it would be.
Great. Thanks, Chris. Assistant Director, any further? Oh, Commissioner Cott.
Yes, I guess my question is will our office, the Water Development Office, be in the grazing business long-term, or is that somehow picked up by the BLM? I guess I just don't understand who's managing this in the long term. Just a question.
Sure. Madam Chair, Commissioner Khan, I think that the goal and the benefit of utilizing the BLM's process is that you're truly using BLM as the manager of the grazing, the manager of the data, and also kind of taking the lead on the process itself to incorporate their existing grazing permittees, utilizing their application. And so I really don't know that the Water Development Commission office will they'll serve as guidance or to help select permittees, but the bulk of the work is going to end up probably with the BLM.
Just a follow-up, Madam Chairman, and so will that grazing plan with the BLM be locked in some sort of contract? I mean, there's flex in the BLM. What's good grazing today at the BLM may not be good grazing tomorrow at the BLM. So, is there going to be like a grazing contract or a plan that becomes a contract? Help me out there.
Sure. Madam Chair, Commissioner Cott. So basically where the BLM comes into play, the MOU, you can identify a date. You could have the sunset date. You could revisit it, whatever date that you choose, that gives you that placeholder. And so again, I think what I didn't mention earlier, it is in the 2008 Resource Management Plan for Rawlins, BLM. And so that there is an Appendix 23 information related to the incorporation of grazing at a point, and it does kind of align with the 404 permit, the language related to that, and the involvement of the BLM, given that it was included in the RMP. And so I think that what that does is it allows the group as a whole, all of those that Cindy had mentioned, who could provide input. The MOU and all of that is really being crafted specifically for this area, and that the structure itself is just a mechanism to get you there quicker. So you can identify the dates, you can modify. Again, the grazing is really based on, I think, the conservation criteria that they have in place. And so all of those things will help guide that process. And I think really at the data is going to help you to continue and say, yes, you're meeting the intent, what the 404 permit had identified. And then again, the BLM will have trend. So the more data that you bring in, the more informed you're going to be about the management tool, how it assists in reaching those vegetation objectives or wildlife habitat.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could, Commissioner, it's really dictated by the MOU, and traditional BLM grazing permits are 10-year permits. Sometimes they don't, takes longer to get renewed. Under this MOU, under the Grizzly Daily model, it's a 5-year permit or MOU agreement on what the grazing is going to be like. And if there's a bad players in there at all with after 1 year or anything else, that MOU will lay out the ability to make changes instantly instead of a 10-year rotation. The MOU will dictate those criteria. And the other thing is to highlight is we're not asking for the potential permittees, for fees and stuff. We're asking them to provide conservation on their base properties, on their lands, to justify who gets this permit on these lands. So they're going to be vested in trying to do the right things out there. It's not a traditional grazing thing where you can look at public lands out there and say what it looks like. This is going to be a totally different focus on the conservation. And because of that, the MOU will have those criteria in it, and we can make changes a lot quicker, be a lot more flexible than a traditional BLM grazing permit.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Any further questions? Okay. Thank you both. Jessica, Chris, thank you. And Cindy, anything further you'd like to add for us, Director?
Madam Chair, I think I'm sensing you're okay with this thought and continue moving forward and keep you informed of as we gather data.
Right. It doesn't look like we have any objections, and I think sounds like a good idea to pursue.
Okay.
We don't have to take an action on it. We just can go on now to our next item.
Madam, and so again, just thank you, Department of
Thank
Ag,
you.
for all your help. We appreciate it.
Thank you for
very
your
much.
patience in being here. Nice to meet you all, and we'll look forward to hearing more about this. Thanks.
And Madam Chair, I just want to say, we appreciate anytime we can get grazing back on the ground. It's been 20 years. We appreciate that too. It's very rare that we see lands that haven't been grazed previously for whatever reasons back into grazing. So it's a great tool, and that's how we'll be approaching it. And we appreciate your guys' interest in it.
Great. Thanks. Thanks,
Madam-
Christian. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Cindy. Appreciate it all. Yes.
Madam Chair, we do have one other item of discussion.
Okay.
And so I've asked Chase, since LaPrel has been a big topic, obviously, as of late, and with the breach order through the state engineer's office, it's required to be breached to the point where it can safely pass inflows or spring runoffs by April 1st. So I'd ask Chase to give you a quick update on how LaPrel Dam is progressing in the decommissioning and also progressing in the reconstruction.
Great. We haven't heard from you today, Chase, so welcome, Mr. Tavelli. I wondered why we hadn't heard from you, and we saw Maple briefly pass through, but she didn't even discuss anything with us, so welcome here, Chase.
Madam Chair, Commission, thank you very much for letting me come up here and talk about LaPrel one more time. Quickly, and for the sake of Commissioner Vore, I would like to offer you the opportunity to come back to the office and visit about this because, there's a lot of information that I probably should refrain from right now just because of time. If that's okay, I'll go as deep as you want, though.
Okay, I think we have a lot of people traveling today, so great. You go ahead and summarize as best you can. I'm
Okay.
sure you'll do great.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding the funding through the federal government with the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which is also the bipartisan infrastructure law known as that, there was $100 million, as you remember, that was allocated to the rehabilitation, reconstruction, or rebuilding of a dam, and Laprelle Dam qualified for that, as you all know. We have received $97 million of that $100 million. No holdbacks from any of the things going on with the federal government right now. The Bureau of Reclamation did retain $3 million for administration of the grant. There is a potential that we could receive anything that's left over from that, but they do like to hold on to that till the very end in case there's other work that needs to be done. So we'll see how that shakes out. Relative to decommissioning, we have some slides up here for you to take a look at. We were given permission by the district to show these. This is very sensitive. A lot of folks are impacted by this, and it's hard for them to see the dam in a state of disrepair, the current dam, but we were given approval to show you these pictures. So this is what the dam looked like on February 4th. February 1st, the joint venture, which is Big Sky Civil and Montana Civil out of Montana, they're a joint venture. They were given notice, or the FONSI was given on January 31st, and they were given the okay to begin mobilizing. So this is what it looked like on the 4th. Next slide, please. This is important. This has to do with the breach order. The goal is to have phases 1 and 2 completed down to the elevation of 5,403.5 feet, which is about 8.5 feet above the sediment on the upstream face of the dam. Okay. That goal is to be achieved by April 1st. Okay. Just that's sort of coordinates when runoff begins in the drainage. Phases 3, 4A, and 4B are set for May 1st. Okay. Next slide, please. On February 7th, they started working on the dam. That's a long reach excavator. I believe it's over 100-foot reach. The dam itself is 130 feet tall, so they built a really tall pad for the tractor to operate from, and they reach up and they clipped at this, and they also have kind of I don't even know what it's called, it's kind of a vibrating hammer that they use to chisel things apart as well. So things started on February 7th. Next slide, please. This is where we were at on February 23rd. You can see that phase 4A remains standing, and they're making their way across to the right abutment if you're looking downstream. Right now we're looking upstream, so they're moving right to left, looking upstream, or looking at the picture as you see it right there. Next photo, please. This is where we're at on March 4th. One of the means and methods that they started to develop was to take out buttresses, leave an end buttress in and take out one that's kind of in the middle still, and then slowly take apart the one and create a big cantilever type of shelf, if you will, and then go on the upstream side and use the construction joints to chisel into and hammer out, and then eventually that large slab will come off on its own, which saved a lot of time, I think. So good contractor, a lot of good ideas. Next slide, please. Here's where we're at on March 13th. It's pretty impressive. You can see that they took out part of phase 4 over there on the right, and they are well through phases 1 and 2, but not yet to the 5,403.5 elevation. They still have to achieve that as well as a channel. So next slide, please. March 18th, you can see where we're at as of yesterday. You don't see them working on the dam right now, and that's because part of the phase 1 and 2, part of the order from April 1st is to have a channel constructed downstream and slightly upstream of the dam. And they were expecting a lot of large rubble to come off of the dam. That hasn't been the case. A lot of that is the buttresses are extraordinarily weak, And they, I watched an entire large chunk come down within a 15-minute time period. So the buttresses, which were a concern to begin with, they're definitely not very strong. The slab from 1970, a different story. A lot of rebar. It gets up to 6 feet thick down towards the bottom. But they just haven't been able to generate the large rubble. So you can see the largest long reach excavator over there on the right side of the picture has taken some of the large boulders off of the wall there to break into smaller riprap so that they can protect that channel that they're going to construct here shortly. The report that I got this morning said they're 59% done with the entire decommissioning. It sure looks like it's a lot more than that to me, but that's because they still have to come down, a ways, and I don't remember how far they have to come down yet from grade, but you can see those tractors starting to work on that channel there in the middle. Okay, so that's decommissioning. On March 4th, the DEQ, United States Army Corps of Engineers, SEO, Bureau of Rec, and the office were out to visit the site, and it was mainly an opportunity for DEQ and the Army Corps to look and see what surface water pollution protection projects had taken place and how they looked, and they were very happy with what they saw. And it was a great opportunity for all of us to get out there. We all worked very hard on mostly the Army Corps, DEQ, and the Bureau of Rec to get that FONSI by the end of January so that we could begin this decommissioning, because obviously there was a lot of concern about how far we could get by April 1. The construction manager at risk selection has been made. There's been a notice of intent to begin contract negotiations, and it is with the same joint venture that is decommissioning right now. They're hoping to, through contract negotiations, they're hoping to execute a contract on April 7th, which corresponds with one of the board meetings so that they could sign contracts. And shortly after that, the joint venture will begin working on a opinion of probable construction cost, which is a very standard method that takes place, and they'll be working on that. I don't have a timeline for when that'll be completed. Any questions so far? I apologize for not breaking. Okay.
Chase, great one.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So relative to dam replacement, we've got the CMAR process started. The consultants, the engineering consultants are continually working to the 60% design. They're anticipating a FONSI, finding of no significant impact, July of 2025 this year. So we'll see how that turns out. That's an important goal to achieve. 2025 this year, they're also the joint venture is expected to be targeting some early work packages. Those are to be determined, but there are things like stockpiling aggregate and access roads, and among other things. But those are just two examples of what might take place early on. And then mid-construction or mid-2026, they're hoping to have 100% design and begin construction and be completed by 2029. I'll stand for any questions.
Commissioners, do we have questions? Commissioner Glick?
With the way that this is being set up, so they're gonna have how many years of loss on their irrigation? I mean, I know they'll get some of it, but for later on in the season, there won't be nothing there, I don't think, because it'll all come down at once. I was just wondering, how many seasons do you foresee that they won't be able to utilize the runoff or the water?
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. That depends on the construction of the dam. I think that the joint venture will be sharpening their pencil to work on a schedule that makes sense. But, you know, we would be looking to fill in 29, I believe, or maybe late, or late in early 29, I should say. So they're going to be working on direct flow as best as they can. So yeah, several seasons.
Follow up. I have a question, you know, and I think they said there was like 1,400 CFS coming in during spring runoff. How is that going to affect everybody with this not being there to control the water?
Go ahead,
Madam
Jason.
Chair. That is a significant concern that everybody has. We've had meetings with darn near everybody you could think of. Wyoming Office of Homeland Security, WYDOT, the county commissioners have been involved for Converse County, the director of safety in Converse County, as well as the office, and DEQ, Army Corps of Engineers, have all been part of the Conservation District, have all been part of those conversations. And the Conservation District has actually been able to fund the current engineering consultants. They've been able to fund a flood routing model, which is going to depict certain inflows and the relative flooding associated with those inflows. And they'll be putting those on a website that is accessible by the public. At least that's part of the plan right now. And so when you have a certain amount of water coming in, you can go look at the map and see what the relative, you know, level of flooding may be expected. Of course, those models need to be calibrated, and so they are not going to be down to the 6 inches, but they'll be pretty close. They'll be close enough that people can make decisions. Another thing that the Conservation District is funding is a flood forecasting model that takes into consideration the characteristics of the basin, including the existing SWE, surface water equivalent, and snowpack, as well as, which is interesting, any kind of, what's it called? I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on what the guy on the news tells you, the forecast. So the forecasting can be mixed in with the rest of the model and should give us a decent idea of what we can expect. Plus, there's a gauge above the reservoir quite a ways that will be also an early indicator of what's going on. So there are efforts to understand the limits of the flooding that could take place, and it's a big concern, and there's a lot of agencies concerned and working on that right now.
Go ahead, Commissioner Glick.
Microphone. I guess, you know, and I know there's a lot of people down there that are worried about losing all their crops and stuff. Is there some kind of there's other agencies trying to get in there and help them with crop loss?
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, that's definitely a question that has been brought up and thought about. And Commissioner Glick, I don't have an answer for that right now.
Okay. All right. I do have one more question, and then I'm done.
You already said that once.
I know.
Okay, Commissioner.
Quit doing that. I know. One more. Um, is Tommy struck? Was she pretty upset over that? Do you know her? She's a representative. She's underneath that district.
Chase?
Madam Chair, she's been heavily involved, obviously. Yep. And nobody's happy about this.
No.
Yeah.
Any further
All of them, yep.
questions? I know, it's terrible. From the commission?
Madam
Okay,
Chair.
Commissioner Craig.
Chase, I don't want to put you on the spot here, but I believe the first year I was on the commission, we did a tour of LaPrelle. And I was just reappointed for 4 more years. Will this be done before I go off?
Chase, okay, You can't do forecasting, but you can put out your crystal ball.
Just yes or no?
Madam Chair, well, first I was expecting a motion from Commissioner Glick at some point.
Yeah, I know.
Expediency is the goal of everybody involved, the engineers, the contractors, the agencies, everybody the district. Everybody wants this to move as fast as it possibly can. There's, with the level of design that's required and the level of care that is required for a high hazard dam, those things take a little bit of time, but everybody's working fast. I have to update my list, my talking points every single day because of how fast things move. And it's flying at you from left and right. And it's really incredible that the engineers were able to work through the decommissioning process and have a contractor working on decommissioning while they were trying to secure a construction manager at risk. That was a very heavy lift for our engineers and especially for Jeff Kaiser, who's in the construction department, and he reviewed everything that came across his desk. So a lot of people are working really hard to get this done as fast as possible.
And Madam Chair, I might just add.
Thank you.
Obviously, the actions of the legislature this year speak for themselves. Senator Boner, along with Representative Strzok, this is in their backyards. But the fact that they put up an additional $60 million in addition to the $30 million that they had already put up in 2022 to get this done just shows, how much they want to help their neighbors. So I applaud them for that.
Great. Commissioner Craig?
Just a comment. I have to give accolades to yourselves in the office and the work you've done on this. And also, I would like to have you pass that on to the contractor that's working now. As I looked at these slides and how quickly they're working, I'm impressed. They're moving along. If we can get all the other logistics in place, I'm optimistic that if we can get something back in place so those irrigators have the supply of water and we have the flood control that we also need.
I agree with Commissioner Craig, and good job on all of it. And obviously we thank you for your work too. It's just sad. It was a beautiful dam. And it makes me sort of sad to see it go because it was beautiful, but boy, it's fast. I give it credit. And yeah, so that's a disaster. Anything else you'd like to add, Director or Chase?
Madam Chair, just one thing. It's been a huge team effort in this office. I'm not standing on an island by myself, that's for sure. We've got, the directors involved and the deputy directors and Jeff Kaiser from construction. So it's really been a team effort. Thank you.
Great. I'm glad. It's nice to share the victory with a victory, but great work done with everyone. Does anyone else have further questions about it? So hopefully by 2029, early 2029, we're hoping it'll be built and maybe filling. Let's see. So good luck on that. And yeah, good luck is all I have to say. Director, I guess. Thank you so much, Chase.
Thanks, Chase.
And thanks for the update, because I think we all were kind of wondering, and I know Commissioner Vore was asking me some questions, and I said, I don't honestly know, so I'm glad to get the update. Okay, next item is our summer.
Madam Chair, I would ask Commissioner Cott if he would like to provide an update.
Commissioner Cott.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. On August 6th, that's our tour date. Our meeting is 5th, 6th, and 7th. And the tour is planned to have an underground and an above ground mine tour involving 4 trona mines. I want to thank those mines, Soda Ash, American Soda, Tata, and Shishi Jam. Each mine's going to take about 10 people, and it's very generous for them to open their mines to us. Also thank the staff, Sarah, David, Barry, for the coordination they've helped with that thus far. The mine, we can have we've said 35 people. That number can slide a little bit above that, maybe a little bit below that, but we're focusing on 35 people. That number would be select water and water development. It can include guests, but let's just say everybody brought a guest, we couldn't do it. That'd be 70 people. So, I mean, a reasonable number of guests we can do. So we're going to have a sign-up sheet. Sarah has that sign-up sheet right now. And we need to have the sign-up complete by our meeting in May. So at our May meeting, if you're thinking you're going to want to go on this mine tour, or maybe, have your spouse or someone else go with you, everybody has to be at least 18 years old. And capable of being underground. We need to have that sign up complete by mid-May. That's when they need to have their numbers to organize the tour on their end. Transportation is an issue. These are 4 mines, so we have 4 groups going 4 different directions. One of the mines said they had a van that took 9 people. I understand the state has a similar van. If we could, somehow drive that to Rock Springs, that'd be great. And then I figured, two SUVs, going to each mine, that'd be 10 people. You could get 5 people in an SUV. So the transportation is something that we kind of have to plan out. Lunch will be provided at the mines. We'll probably be leaving around 6:15 a.m. I was discussing this with our chairman, our outgoing chairman, Anselmi Dalton, and she has said she would coordinate a quick breakfast. Basically you get up, grab your breakfast, and get on whatever transportation you're going to go to those mines. The mines and the tour would end about 3:00 in the afternoon. So it's exciting. I think there's an opportunity to, for some, it's once in a lifetime really to get underground, and it'll be a good thing. I did talk to Senator Jones, who is on our select water, and Representative Larson, and they mentioned to me that they would like to coordinate a dinner possibly afterwards. I don't know if they've mentioned that to you, Director. So, I mean, that's pretty much the update. And so I really appreciate working with Sarah right now, and maybe some help from the Water Development Office and coordinating the sign up of everybody. That's really kind of the next piece that we got to work on here. So thank you.
And I'm not sure exactly. I didn't check our calendar, but I'm happy to, if we want to use our meeting rooms and we could do it without fees, it's fine, might be easy. I have a SUV. I'm happy to throw it to the cause. So I'm not sure who else we could find it for, but I'm happy to do that. And I'm happy to set up a room block, but it depends on whatever you guys want to go on. Obviously, that's good either way, but I can look when I get back on the dates if so for the meetings, if you wanted. And so that's fine. But yeah, I also did say I could come up with a grab and go breakfast. Wait till you get that. You guys will be so surprised.
Yeah, that's right.
So Madam Chair, we will think about the logistics as far as vehicles, make sure we can get the van. We've got an SUV, figure out how much we're short, and then we'll reach out, see what else we might need. We did mention this at the Select Water Committee with a lot less detail. We appreciate you doing all this hard work for us, Commissioner Cott. The one question I do have is, since we are going to be meeting next on May 7th, 6th, 7th, 8th, is it okay that you give this same spiel to the new Select Water Committee at our workshop, for example, and then give them the next week to make a decision and then get that sign up instead of us trying to provide them details without you here? Okay.
And they have flexibility with that, just so it's not like mid-June or 1st of July or something.
Great.
Yep.
All right. I'm excited.
Yeah.
And-
Sounds cool.
Thanks.
And I can work with you and with Commissioner Cott to try to figure out a dinner plan for everyone. It's not a big deal, whatever works for y'all. And happy, we could find something. Depends on what you'd like.
Okay. And again, as Commissioner Cott mentioned, it sounds like Senator Jones and Representative JT Larson, somebody threw out, somebody's got to put on a big fancy dinner with, I forget if it was ribeye or something else. jokingly, but it sounds like they volunteered to maybe look into that. So I don't know exactly what the conversation's been at this point.
And just what Genesis is now We Soda Ash, and Aaron Reichel, who's on the Colorado River stuff and very involved in water, is either a mine manager or up in the management of that, and he's helping us coordinate this.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that update, Commissioner Cott. I don't really have anything else besides future meeting schedule, and I just mentioned.
We do have a few other little things, I
Ju-
think.
Just one other thing on this. If you have steel-toed shoes, bring them. Yeah.
Okay. And for those of you who are claustrophobic, I'm very claustrophobic and I survived it. So trust me, it's not bad. It's really, you can stand up and you go around the little cars. It's not terrible. So if you are, trust me, I'm the person that yelled at my children to get out of my way in the pyramid. So yeah, they were real thrilled with me at that point. So I'm just letting you know, it's not that bad.
Okay.
So if you have concerns, don't, because it's really an interesting tour. And I appreciate, especially all of Commissioner Cott. Thank you for doing so much work. That's great of you. I appreciate it. I think incoming Chairman Lee would like to give a few questions and comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your service. I will take over next meeting as chair and I will,
But you're still stuck with me.
I was going to say that I will look to past chairs for assistance. I think there are at least 3 of them here in the room. But I have a couple. I wanted to make sure I was right. You mentioned at the next meeting, an orientation portion. Is that, and did I understand that that's for select water, but it's also for the commission? Is that correct?
Madam Chair, future Mr. Chairman. Yeah, in years past, it's always been for the Water Development Commission when we have new commissioners come on board or just want to refresh. I think it was 2 years ago or what? Yeah, 2 years ago we did that. So you've already all heard probably the most of the spiel we're going to be giving. But again, if you want to come, that's great. It gives you a chance to, start developing those relationships with our new Select Water Committee members, because I think we have, I want to say 7 new ones out of the 12. I'm not positive that's accurate, but, and then of course, Commissioner Vore being new, everybody's welcome. We will, I think once we get a better feel from, trying to remember now who the chairman of our Select Water Committee is off the top of my head, Representative Eklund. Yes. How could I forget that? I'll be coordinating with him pretty soon after they meet with Management Council to decide if they have the budget for that 3rd day of meetings. And then I can communicate back to you or really the commission as a whole on whether or not we're going to be providing that for Select Water, or if not, if they can't afford that extra day, if you guys want to go ahead and hold it for the commission, or, we can pull Commissioner Vore off to the side and give him his own special orientation or however you want to do it. So we'll be in contact and you can make some decisions.
Okay, thank you. I might be mistaken, but I believe there may be at least 1 or 2 other that aren't brand new, but have only been on for a year that may not have had orientation. But I will say that even though I've been through it a couple times, every time you do an orientation, I pick up things. Even after 4 years, there's so much about this that I don't know. And I'm constantly learning and hoping maybe I'll know it all by my last day of my 8th year or something.
And if commission just wants to decide now, we're going to hold it regardless of Select Water, that we've got, a handful of people that want to participate, we can just plan on it.
I
May
always like
6th.
going. I mean, even though
Okay.
I've been around a long time, I feel like it's good always to refresh, but that's me.
Okay.
Chairman.
Commissioner Glick?
I always, when I first started there, I always went because that's where I caught them to get the good answers.
That's true. All right. Well, I'll wait to hear from you. You can talk amongst yourselves after the meeting on whether you want to do that regardless of Select Water Committee's involvement.
I think we could make a decision now. Is that agreeable?
Just plan it. Okay.
I would like to see us go ahead and plan having that orientation.
Okay.
I
So
agree.
most likely we'll start the morning of May 6th, break for lunch, and maybe do a couple hours after or an hour or so after lunch. It just dawned on me that at the Select Water Committee meeting, sorry, I'm mixing my meetings up, too many meetings. The state engineer's office gave an update on Colorado River information, and it was in relationship to an interim topic. And they also thought it might be valuable to go into the detail a little bit more on Colorado River issues with the Select Water Committee. So I'm anticipating that might be, later in the afternoon that same day. So you'll get kind of a 2-for-1 if you're wanting to stick around for that too. Okay.
I'm sure there would be some interest in that.
Yeah.
I would be interested in it. So.
And again, I don't know if they'll still want to do that if the legislators aren't involved because of that tied to that interim topic, but I'll continue to have discussions with the state engineer.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
The next item I had is for David. I don't know if anyone else had problems. I could not open the e-notebook. And there's times it could be important and sometimes not. I like to try to review some of it, but I was having trouble and I was busy and just didn't bother you with it. But did anyone else look at that at home?
I got into it, which is a miracle because sometimes mine, I admit, but I did get into and printed out the agenda and things.
Okay, well, maybe it was just.
Guys, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, the other thing I'd like to mention, David had a good idea. Maybe as part of that orientation, we'll just take a little bit of time to give you guys a better idea to how to navigate that electronic notebook. We used to do paper copies. That's a lot of paper. So we can sure take a little time to help you navigate that and try to help you out so it's easier in the future. And we'll be doing the same because I know some of the Select Water Committee members were thinking, gee, can we get hard copies? And we'll try to help them best we can before we go back to the hard copies.
Then the last thing I had, I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but the cloud seeding thing came up and the failure for that to be funded for the aerial portion. And now we're chasing funds for the ground portion of that cloud seeding. What do you think is the future of cloud seeding in Wyoming?
Well, that's a big question. During our testimony at the Minerals Committee, the state engineer and attorney general's office there that represents state engineer were there, and that's a tool in the negotiations and demand management, drought contingency planning in the Colorado River with the 7 basin states and all the discussions that's going on with them. So it's very important, I think, in those conversations in regards to the Colorado River. I think anything we can do to increase snowpack and then hence stream flow is positive. I do agree that we need to, within reason, that if the juice is worth the squeeze, I heard that several times during the legislative session from legislators, then it makes sense to go forth. I think there are others that feel like there are environmental impacts associated with silver iodide. I don't know if those are well-founded based on the science, but again, we tried to bring in folks to that meeting that could provide that information, and if it becomes an interim topic, we'll do so again to try to educate everybody as best we can on the current state of affairs. So, I think it's a good tool. If it's cost effective, I don't think it's environmentally unsafe. I think it's environmentally safe. So it's not a decision of mine. It's, it's up to the legislature and if they want to fund it through water development program or not.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Craig and Committee Chairman. We appreciate that. And I guess the last thing is we have to have, it's now your lucky day to get to sign all these contracts and your lucky day. So these two will stay behind and do all that. And so basically then we'd come May 6th for orientation, essentially sometime before lunch, go through, do the thing, and then the next day, 7th and 8th, meet, correct?
Madam Chair, we would probably have you come down on May 5th, so you're ready to go first thing in the morning on May 6th, those who have a longer distance to travel.
Okay.
So we can figure that out as we get closer, make reservations for whoever needs hotel reservations and figure that out. But we'd probably start, 8:30 on the 6th for the orientation.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to ask and make sure.
Okay.
I think that's all we have at this point. I think Oh, yeah, well, of course, we're going to that motion. Yes, Commissioner Cott?
Well, maybe we should adjourn, but there's a thank you to be had. Our chairman, Lisa Anselmi Dalton. I think she deserves a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Been great. It's great. I'm glad I'll be on it for another 4 years. So that'll be great. I enjoy this commission. It's a great learning process. There's always something new to learn, and it's great to work with all of your staff, Director Mead, all of you. You all do such a great job, and it's fun in lots of different ways. You all have interesting personalities. It's always fun to watch. And so thank you very much. And I'll look for a motion to adjourn. Oh, Commissioner Glick as the ever motioning today. And second? Second. Okay. All in favor, say aye. Yay. All right, guys. Thanks. Bye. Travel safe. Those that are driving tonight.